And oh, beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah.
And I've got an AutoCAD drawing. I don't know if you I should forward you this file, Ken, right?
No, just go ahead and share your screen. I think we should be able to just work it on your computer. And
Okay, let's take a look. Let's see here. What's the name of this drawing? This.
well, yeah, share your screen so I can.
And now we're going to share.
There you go. Yep. All righty. Now,
Oh, here we go.
yep. So there's that. Let me I'll request remote control and give me that, and I'll be able
Oh,
to.
requesting control. Oh, okay, okay, beautiful.
Okay, now the first thing we'll do is I'm going to come right up here.
What the fuck?
Maybe I get the. Let's see. There we go. Finally. All right. Let's see. Well, it's really being sluggish here. Let's see.
Hey, Ken, I don't know if you could hear me.
Yeah.
You know, isn't it always fucking something?
Oh, yeah. Oops. Let me see here. All right. So now let me. There we go. So now. And we'll give this a save as. Is your dialog box up on the other screen maybe, or?
Ken, oh. Ken?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. You know, it's like all of a sudden I hit the mute button. I can't get back over to the smaller screen, and it just goes on and on. So I don't know what you've said over the last minute or so. I was scrambling around trying to, but anyway, Ken, so you're looking at my screen.
Yeah, so what I did is I did the save as, and there should be a dialog box up somewhere. I don't see it.
There should be a dialogue. I know it's all pink, magenta on the bottom. Do I see a dialogue box? Where's this dialogue box?
It might be on another screen. It's asking for a file name.
Oh, let me.
There it is. Well, no, that's.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, save as.
Yeah.
So we're gonna save this as a what?
Yeah, just drag that over onto this screen so I can see it.
I'm gonna drag it onto my main screen.
Yeah, the dialog box itself. Yeah, there it is. Is that it? Okay. No.
This is probably better for your viewing purposes, eh?
Yeah, well, that's good, but yeah, so. Yeah, here, let me now let me try this again. So whenever this dialog box pops up,
I see it.
I'm trying to.
And put it on your screen.
Yeah, if I can get it to respond. There we go. Finally. Whoops, that was a different menu. Boy, this thing is just sluggish as all get out.
Oops.
No. Yeah, no, don't. Yeah, don't move the.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no, don't move the program window. But when I get this. There we go. That's what I wanted to see was this dialog box right here.
Okay, okay.
All right. So now this one's called this topo imsoft.
Right, right. I
Okay,
created
so,
that specifically for you.
okay, so all I was trying to do is make sure you've got an original somewhere that in whatever we do to this, you can always go back to that original if you need to.
So then let's save
No,
this as a different name, just
all
to
right.
have it.
So we'll call this, let's see. Uh,
I mean, you just take the date out if you
we'll
like.
just, well, we'll just do this and put, working. All right,
Okay. Yep, yep.
there we go. Now, you say we had, let's see. Why is it? There we go. That's perfect. Now, let's see, zoom extents. Oops. There's something, there it is. And let's see, what do we have here? We've got, that's a point, yeah. So
Oh, you could just do
there
this.
are, well, there's a couple of routines that generate those straight points. And like if you go to do a zoom extent, sometimes it'll go way far out in the different space. So that's there.
Okay, let me just I've got, I've got like two laptops. I've got one that's running AutoCAD 2016 with the Carlson 2020.
Yep.
And I've got that thing all set up. It's not online. It's kind of off to my side, and that's kind of like my workstation.
Okay.
I signed up for an online class last spring, and we were using ArcGIS, and my laptop, my workstation couldn't handle it, so I got this new laptop, the one that we're on right now. I do not do any work on this, not particularly. It was more class driven, but the long-term goal is to move everything from my older machine onto this.
Okay.
And I had I did bring my workspace over. I did. And then again, in regards to the downloading of that demo, instead of me cherry picking, I guess, the serial number out of that link, I basically followed, just blow through the defaults, and it basically wrote over my already installed Carlson 2022 on this machine. And, I lost all my settings, or rather all my toolbars that I had, that I'm comfortable with, that I kind of made, on the older machine. So I don't know if there's something that we could take a look at this download or something. I don't really know, because
yeah, there's a couple things you can do. If you go onto that other machine and it's got your toolbars and things like you like them, right?
yeah.
If you go to your settings menu and you choose this toolbar manager,
Yeah.
you're going to get this up, and then you're going to say save toolbar file. Okay. And then you're going to put that, wherever maybe you want. Let's look up here and cross some project settings, and you'll call it, like old toolbars, something, whatever you want to call it.
That's fine. Yeah.
And then you come back over and put that, copy that file to this other computer or put it on a network, however you're getting to it. And then just go to settings, toolbar manager, and then load the toolbar file. And then you'll choose that, and then that will, we'll just leave everything like as it is now. Now that will, Why does it keep changing resolutions on me here?
You know, I really don't know. I know that things have, you know, I kind of signed up for school and then they put me on some kind of OneDrive or whatever. And I'm you know, this machine particularly, I haven't spent any time really on it except, you know, for like my study. I haven't done any CAD work on here. There's a part of me almost believes I should just uninstall everything, you know, reformat this thing and basically start fresh.
Yeah, maybe there's something going on that, see, like I no longer have the status bar and the
Right, right.
command line.
You know,
Do you see that on yours or is it gone?
no, nope.
All right, let me do something here.
Okay, okay.
I'm gonna stop.
I'm gonna get that toolbar. Oh, I got the status bar now. Let me just kind of I'm gonna get that other tool file, Ken.
All right, get that other toolbar file now. Yeah, now it may require it to, you may have to bring over some resources, like you might get, you know, toolbars with all those little clouds or question marks or whatever they were. I don't know, but it will bring the definitions over. So we may still have a problem with that we have to get resolved, but we can take a look at that.
Okay, okay. So you're gonna take a look at the machine in the meanwhile, Ken? Is that the
Well,
what I mean?
yeah,
Okay.
go back and share your screen again.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. So if I go to this, oh, share screen.
Yeah.
Right, right, right.
All right, so yeah, see, I'm still not seeing the whole screen. I'm not seeing that whole window.
I'm not seeing it either. Let me just kind of stop the share for a minute.
What? Yeah, why don't you
Hold on, hold on. This is it. What the? Oh yeah, this screen is like a mile long. Why is that?
the screen?
Yeah, it's like half on. Oh, here we go, here we go. Oh, okay, okay. There you
Yeah.
go.
So when you share a screen, it's going to be a physical screen.
Okay, so we're gonna go now to
So like if you stretch your application window across multiple screens, I'm not going to be able to see the stretch.
nope, nope, I get it, I get it.
Yep.
How's that?
There we go.
There you go.
Yeah. All right. Now I'll go back to request remote control again. All right. So there's that. Now, we've got, so you need to authorize the,
Done.
there it is. Okay. Now, we've got these other two drawings that are also up here. Are these?
Yeah, this one we could close.
All right. And if you want to save your changes, you can choose.
And then this one we can close. Yeah, this is our yep.
All right. Now, let's see. All right, so that's
Yeah, you can erase I mean, I could.
no, I was just looking to see, I didn't make sure it wasn't a line style problem. It looks like it's a hatch, that's fine. Okay. All right, so your overall purpose here then is to construct this driveway for this house, right? And
Right, so, I can move this, right? This is me.
yep,
Okay, so we're fixed, with this garage floor.
yep,
Uh, of course, we have this main entry.
okay,
And then there is a catch basin. There is some issues with the neighbor, and we did put in this little 2x2, 18-inch catch basin here,
yep,
kind of just to like shut her up. But, so with all of this in mind, Ken, and down here is downhill,
yep,
the town came in and kind of gloomsy glom some asphalt, I think at this part at her request. And the transition, it's all gravel right now, item 4, our driveway, hers is paved. This transition. So, we were contemplating putting like a new catch basin over here. There is an easement that kind of runs, and discharges down here. So my latest thought, Kenneth, was to basically, as we exit our driveway, to like bank the driveway, like bank it down, like from right to left, where we would pitch all the water, basically like half the driveway would then come down this driveway and then pitch into this catch basin out in the road versus pitching it towards her and putting it in a new box, and logistically, had issues.
yeah,
So that's
right.
kind of the fantasy.
Okay, now, let me ask you this Angela Place, that asphalt curbing and all that kind of stuff, that's existing, I would imagine, right?
That's all existing. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
And that's a road? Angela Place is a road, right? So,
yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
it's got a curb on it there, so
Yep.
we need to, just like you're showing, tie into that, uh, that system, yeah, just like you're showing there, okay?
Right.
Um,
So, right now you kind of come in. Do we, yeah, see like this green? This is it's so interesting because with this drawing inspector,
mhm,
right. So this one line is the existing driveway now,
right,
and then of course this more orangey one is the proposed.
sure,
So with that in mind, the existing one kind of comes out straight, and it's just very unattractive, unappealing. It's just kind of bumpity bump. And then there's her, she has an easement onto us. That's why that driveway is kind of coming across like that. But so
right,
the other consideration, Kenneth, is if this side of the driveway, right, if we pitch this from here like down like 2%, and I'd like to kind of follow your advice on a grading,
yeah,
and even if it came straight across, 2% and some of the water, this catch basin is obviously the low point in here, and if we were to pitch this thing up, of course, this side of the curbing would be above this yard drain over here, and I
yeah,
installed it anyway, and I saw her
right.
the other day, and I told her, we could very much be like filling this with dirt and paving over it. I
Well,
like the
here's part of the issue too, is when you're showing this proposed road is coming down and actually overlying part of her driveway.
right.
And really, you shouldn't be doing that at all. Although
Well,
you,
she's kind of overlying on our driveway, you know,
yeah, but she's already there and she has an easement for it.
right.
So that's, yeah, see, that's an existing use, and the argument could be made, and I'm not saying that this would be what you would do, but the argument could be made that if you come in here and put this drawing in and you mess up her driveway, let's say you take that red edge and you raise it up higher. Now her driveway's got this little high edge in it
Well,
that she's gonna have a you know, a
no,
problem.
no, I get it. I get it. And I spoke to, her and her husband were out the other day. And I said to her, I said, look, I mentioned pitching, left into this, and she seemed quite excited about that. Anything to stop the water from flowing down her hill. And
Yeah,
I said to her, I said, look, I says, this existing condition over here could raise us up above your driveway 2-3 inches. I says, at that point, I'm proposing that we take that point and kind of come across your driveway, right?
yeah, yeah.
Basically going back to her,
Yeah,
cutting back like,
right, you would need to regrade this whole sort of intersection here.
well,
But
that's exactly what we're going to be doing.
but now you're not going to be allowed without some kind of an agreement with the municipality to do anything there in the actual public right of way. You can, you're coming down, let's see, this Angela Place comes out, I guess it just ends at that yellow.
Right. That's the right of way line, the end of the
So
dead
that
end.
technically you're supposed to have to finish that. Now, obviously you can't, because you're going to have to match this. So you're going to need, here in Pennsylvania, we have to get what's called an HOP, a highway occupancy permit. And you have to show them how you're going to tie into the road edge, and you can't put any water into the public road. So, you're gonna have to deal with all that. Now, this catch basin right now is existing there now.
Right.
And I guess that's owned by the municipality probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, and this is coming downhill from the bottom of the screen toward that intersection, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so that all becomes, exactly kind of what you would need. Just, and that is your only access to public right of way, isn't it?
Right. We have the 25-foot frontage, as does she, but directly from this telephone pole down, this thing plummets down like at a 35-degree
Yeah.
slope. And
So
that's
it's supposed
why,
to stay high. Yeah.
yeah. So
Yeah,
when I did mention to him and her about coming across, and at some point, we would go in and basically cut back.
Mm-hmm.
This is me, right?
Yeah.
Why is this thing jumping? Oh, because maybe the Explorer is on.
Yeah, probably.
Let me just turn this off. So I did mention, I said, look, we're going to pitch from here to here. And, we're going to create like a little bit of like a lip, the fantasy, Kim, this is on my dime, is we would come back maybe to like this contour, cut this asphalt out, basically just extend it up a little to kind of join and blend in. Here is the bowl, everything is coming down into this.
Yeah, so so really you're going to need to do something like this. Let me see here a minute. Turn this on so we can see. So what you're going to wind up with is something like this. I'm just going to just sketch it right here.
Yeah.
see, let me. I'll make it heavy enough that we can see it. So let's see, let's try it one more time. All right. So if we were to say, pull this down to right in there. And let's do this. And if we, well, let's see here. Now I'm going to reshape all of this here. Let's see. Bear with me, sorry.
Yeah.
Kind of snappy here.
I'm just gonna go to the bathroom quick, okay? Give me 1
Yep,
second.
sure.
All right.
Okay, so yeah, you're gonna see what we have to do conceptually is something like this right here. Okay.
Right.
And you know, whether this comes here or whether we do something like you know, we might even do something like this. Just go nearest over to here. And let's see where your
I don't know where you're going with all of this, but she's not going to agree to that.
Well, I mean, but perhaps at some point we need to try to convince her because it's going to be better for her. So here's what I was going with that is you see not the one that I just drew in there, but the one that goes around that other little catch basin.
Yeah.
That's her existing driveway now. Okay.
Yep.
This comes down to where your proposed edge would overlie that. So,
Right.
you don't think she would go to try to, well, no, she doesn't need, yeah, we don't really need that return in there, that arc that I just drew.
Right.
That really provides a means for somebody to make an easy turn from your driveway to her driveway. We don't really need that.
No.
And vice versa from hers to yours. So we don't care about needing to do that. That doesn't matter. Now, all right, so let's throw that out of the way. So now what we're going to need to do, like we'll bring these edges down, you know, just like we're needing to do it all. But what we're going to have to do to actually construct this is that you're going to need to go from where this ties into here and where hers ties into here. Now those will be at that existing elevation and even all the way up to this corner like this, you know, where this Angela Place is already there.
Right.
So that part needs to stay, but we're going to have to blend this intersection. And I'm not talking about going way back here. I'm just showing you the outline of it.
Right. Right.
We would, but you might, you know, we see right now, this edge of hers that comes down here,
Yep.
that's going to go away. I mean,
Right. Right.
it's going to be under this common pavement or whatever material.
Correct.
And so this one, instead of having to take this line and pitch it there, we're going to actually take, you know, it doesn't have to be necessarily that edge. It could be, say, you know, that her center line stays fairly intact and then everything just sort of warps into here. Now it wouldn't be severe. That's what you want to avoid. We don't want this crease along this edge. We just want,
Well, I mean,
a
if
smooth.
we did have this crease along that edge, you know, couldn't we just project that elevation across the driveway? Because it's coming up and then it kind of crests and then it goes down. You know, she's immediately coming up and then going down the driveway. She's got some crazy pitch going down the driveway.
So she comes up off of Angela Place and sort of rounds the top off and then heads down her driveway. That's all
Right.
good. So what I'm saying is right in here is we're going to pitch that stuff into this catch basin, and there will still be that rollover down into her driveway.
Right, right. There's no getting around that.
Yeah, but what I don't want to have happen is that this line here is, you know, 4 or 5 inches above her driveway. So she comes up here and, you know,
Well,
breaks her axle.
I mean, if it was, we could just cut back her driveway 10, 12 feet, and she's agreed to that. And then just extend her driveway up to accommodate, to maintain that ridge line and then down, funneling into the catch basin.
Yeah, well, yeah, up to something, whether it's exactly that line or whatever. But that means that, you know, we're going to steepen this a little bit if yours is higher. But the whole thing, the whole concept that we're doing is that we have an edge along here, along Angela Place.
Right.
We have an edge here along Angela Place, and those edges have to be maintained. And then we're going to provide an edge here. And then here, wherever it happens to be, she already has an edge here. And an
right,
edge out here. Now her edge keeps going over here, but that's going away. So all of this stuff in between these given edges, in fact, let me give that a borrow here. Yeah, I'm not hitting exactly on endpoints necessarily, so. But you can get the idea here as to what we're doing conceptually. So that is your new construction.
right.
Everything down here stays
It's the same.
the
Yeah.
same.
Yeah.
Now, and what we would try to do then is to minimize and let's just put this say
Yeah,
here.
I would go back like about
Oh,
10,
well,
10. I would go back like 10 feet from that yard drain that's 61404.
yeah.
I would go back to the left about 10 feet, and that would be like the cut line.
Yeah, like back in here.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, we could do that, or I mean, we could even, you know, hold that. This one has to hold.
right, right,
That's at Angela Place.
right.
And this one's existing now. Now that could also be held, and then we just blend everything in this area down into a low spot down here. Just pull everything down there. Now, then she would be coming off of Angela Place pretty much like she always has. And then this line right here would be, from that point on, she's back like it exists now. So the only difference is going to be from her edge over here. So that little sliver right in there is going to be the only difference that's going to be made. Now, whether we're able to do it to this corner or whether we pull it back, you know, to some point like that, we'll have to look at how severe that change in grade is. Okay.
Yep, yep.
All right. So let's leave those things down there just to guide our thinking for a while. We'll eventually get rid of them. And let's talk about some of the rest of this stuff.
Okay.
Now we're going to come up here, and we've got this 61305. And that's the front steps.
Right, that's the front step.
There, yeah. So don't need to worry about much of that, but we've got to set these edges. So we've got an edge here that we're coming off of, assuming, of course, that's going to be level.
That's level, yep, yep.
Yeah, and then now this.
That's the existing driveway as it is today. I mean, you could just freeze that off if you like.
Yep. No, I just want to just understand what it is. Okay. And then we've got this proposed garage. Do we have an elevation for that yet, or that's what we're trying to figure out?
Well, I think that would be, you know, no, we have no, that would be junior to the driveway that we're going to be putting in.
Yeah. So if we, now they're going to park in here. They could also, we'd still need access into here, right? Yeah.
Right, right.
Okay. So this will be level across. This needs to be relatively level across. It could have a little bit of slope, not more than about an inch or so, because we do want to come down from the house a little way so water doesn't run into our house. Maybe maybe hit right in here and go level and then come on down a little bit more. Now, what's this little
It's a proposed catch basin.
catch basin? Okay, that'll be fine. Oh yeah, proposed yard. Great, okay.
Right. So then this over here, from here to about here is going to be a wall.
Okay,
Basically almost in line with the building, you know, the rest of it's going to be cobblestone up till about here. We do have a fixed elevation of this wall.
okay. All right, so this
This
So-
over here is
so this-
just,
so this sidewalk and the stairs up and all that kind of stuff, that doesn't exist yet, does it?
no, that's
Okay.
that's all proposed. And you could
I
just,
got
you know,
Yeah, we'll figure that out from these edges once we get that part
good.
set. And we may or may not necessarily need a wall, but let's see. Let me take a peek at some elevations here. We've got elevation. All right, so we're at 613. Okay, just 1 footers. That's good. And that's uphill. That's coming back downhill.
Yeah,
That-
this
right.
whole thing is, but yeah, that whole,
So here's your high spot up here.
right, is, yep,
And is it going, let's see, we've got 22. Oh, it comes all the way across. It's not high,
right.
back down to low, back down to low. It's just, okay. All righty. So now there's a couple of approaches here. When we're dealing with driveways, we can design a driveway like a road in the sense that we basically create a center line and then offset the edges at cross slopes, that sort of thing, and do it as a linear design. Now, the other approach is to design the driveway basically like a graded area, like a parking lot, you know, from edge to edge instead of from the center line out, although we will create a center line, okay? And we'll
Mhm.
take it up to here, and then we're going to have a separate alignment that comes around this way, and then this alignment will continue on that way, and it will blend those edges. So really, we're going to concentrate on some edges, and we'll look at, you know, cross-sectional shapes and all that. Now, the driveway here, you're going to catch just a little bit of water into there, not a whole lot. Well, yeah, you're going to get some from up here. That's going to be,
Well, that should probably get like half the driveway, no?
yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking because your driveway is going to peak up in here somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, so that'll catch that. And then this,
And then the rest of it's gonna, you know, dump out into that catch basin into the road.
yeah. Now, is the town going to make you
Nope.
check capacities or anything? Or they just say, no, it probably should be okay.
No, we got their blessing. My son is,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. All right. So then the next thing to do is we need to set some edges. And let's take a look at doing that. So I'm going to, now is this, let's see, do you have, I'm going to first take a look at this, make sure we're not going to turn off anything that we don't need. That's just the existing driveway. Okay.
Or maybe those two catch basins. Yep, yep.
Well, I'm not so worried about the catch basin at the moment. So let me let me turn this off. I want to turn on a couple of toolbars here just so I'm used to it. And I'll float them out here.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm going to use these pretty heavily. All right, so surface is out there. Let me see where you have it. It's over here. Okay, I just need to know where it is. And then finally, I want to get Carlson's draw. Now, where did that? Put that back over. This is there we go. All right. And it's about all I'm going to need. Let's pull these guys back over where you had them. All right. See, do we have quick access? No, there. All right, let's see is that what I want? Maybe. Yep, that's what I was looking for. Okay. All right, so so let's start well, first of all, one thing I do want to do is I want to take a look at take a look at this. And you say you've got now bring that over to this screen.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, there we go. There we go.
Yeah. And then I want to, you said you did
Well, I mean, I did the topo, I contoured everything.
yeah, did you make a surface file?
I'm not sure if I did.
Okay, so let me exit that and restore these layers. And let's take a look at everything we got, see what we look like in 3D. Shut up. Okay, now. What layer is that on? I want to. There we go. All right, so we've got. Ignore 0. Got some colors here. Let's see. Don't need that necessarily, or that. And let's see here. All right, so it's showing. It's low to high.
So once you create a contour map, it doesn't automatically create a surface.
No, all you got with this contours, the only thing that contour is a polyline.
Oh, okay.
See, that's just oops, sorry. Get off of that. The properties here. See, that's a polyline. So that's all
Right.
that is. So we need to see it knows nothing about the ground in between the polylines.
Okay.
So we need to create that file. Now, you made these contours based on what? Do you have a bunch of points somewhere or any kind of?
Yeah. There was some. Yep. These are all field located points.
Okay. And these edges of the driveway should probably serve as brake lines.
Right. And then what I did was along the existing driveway, I created a continuous brake line. And then there were a couple of intermediate, tops of slopes. We basically went along the existing driveway and then went back about 20 feet or so to create some kind of a contouring buffer. I did have some other contouring information dated years ago, and I basically trimmed and kind of cut around, leaving a 2D polyline with an elevation, and that kind of blended itself into our field locations.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's what I'm getting at. If we do this, I'm going to isolate these the contour layers. Okay, so there's what you have defined, or that's right now, that's the only information we have for elevation.
Right.
And then if we were to make a surface file out of that, so we're going to make sure nothing's filtered. We'll triangulate. I'm not going to draw the lines, but I will write the file, and I'm just going to call that EG, existing grade. And let's see, we will do a.
And what is the point of that shrink wrapping, Ken?
Well, I'll show you. If we don't use this inclusion, we need to shrink wrap it so that we don't get triangles to form in here.
Oh, I see.
See,
Okay.
so we could do a couple of things. We could draw a boundary to start with, or we could let the program draw the boundary, which is what I'm going to turn it on and see what it looks like. And let's just put it as BDY. And we'll minimize flats because we're coming from contours. Now, I'm not going to draw the contours yet. Let's just take a look at what we've got. So if we say okay, and it says select the data, so we grab this. Now, there's the boundary that it sees around all of our information. Now, it could be so you see this right here, you know, we could, let's say we did something like this. Yeah, you know, let me. Sorry, it's so skippy when I'm trying to do it. There it is. So I'm just going to remove, well, let me do this quicker with the Carlson version. All right, so see, we could use like that, and then what it will do is it's going to, you know, try to fill this information in here, and that might be okay. This we don't necessarily know, but anyway, so let's we'll build that one again, and this time instead of having it do it, we will select it. It's already drawn. We'll say okay. Yes. Crap, sorry, I got to do that again. All right, now, oops. All right, and all right, so that's there. Let's go to boundary, and we'll give it some
heft.
Yep, just so we can see it. And I guess we're going to need to make sure it is set to by layer. It is. All right, now we go back and build this again, and let's turn off that so it keeps our boundary. So now we take the inclusion, there are no exclusions, and then we just grab everything. So now we have a surface that we can look at, and it looks like this. And you can see it's, you know, it's pretty rough. And you can tell, you see it went from see, all it did is it went from this from this contour, say, to this contour, to this contour, and then up like this. So you know, maybe it looks like that. I would suspect it's a little smoother than that right there, than what you're looking at. So, you know, and here's the other thing is like, here's where we pulled out those vertices.
Right.
And so it just assumed those were flat, you know, from
Of
edge to
course, of
edge,
course.
all they can do. Same thing here, we've got, you know, see, we got some things in here because it's, if you trace along this contour line here, you see everywhere it went, all they could see was this other contour line. So it goes up to there, to there, to there, and then that can see up to this contour line. So you see,
Well, that was also identified, you know, I mean, that was governed by the break lines of the tops and the bottoms of the slopes.
well, yeah, but we don't have the break lines on this surface. All we have are the contours. Okay, so your contours might be correct, but see, we've got things like this triangle, these triangles right in here. I would suspect, you know, you don't have that little sliver of raised ground in here. And what's happened is that this contour line here looked across and it saw this contour line here because there's no, and you know, no other information, and it drew that before it drew these triangles. So, you know, you could do some things like, you know, we could say swap these edges. See that's probably more like what that looks like in there. You know, we smoothed out that ridge, but we should really probably figure out what kind of break lines we need. Here's this other area in here. If we did the same type of thing, let's see if we can, yeah, swapping the edges in there is not really going to give us what we're looking for. And here maybe we've got, no, that needs to stay. Yeah, not real happy with this model as a target. It may be all we have, it may be all we can do. You know, we've got some pretty sharp discontinuities.
So it basically took the existing contours that were based on the underlying points and break lines. Those have never changed, right? And then we just turn it and create a surface.
Well, the underlying points and break lines don't exist in this data. The only thing that exists in this data is this to this. It doesn't have any idea where any points and break lines are.
Right.
We need that information if we're going to model that surface a little more correctly. See, like
Well,
right here. And not only that, but if we restore these layers, is this house existing or?
yeah, we could probably trim
So
out.
that house really needs to be, let me see, are there, how many lines do we have in here? No, we got the one. So if we made that into, let me get one more toolbar up here. There goes my polylines. I'm going to pull him down here. Oops, not too far. Yeah. Where did I just put that? I'm going to pull this guy back down and this guy back down over to here. But I would really prefer it to be okay. So if we join nearest, we're going to let's say fill it with 0. Identical layers and elevations.
That actual blue line, yeah, that's the actual foundation line.
Well, it's not going to.
Want me to do that?
Yeah, let's see. Let me do it easier here. This will be the. There we go. Now, if we join nearest,
Yeah, I would just take that overhang out of there if need be.
yep. And then let me.
Yeah, that could go, you know, that platform. Yeah.
But now it's not going to join this down here. That's okay.
Well,
Because see that joined there. So now that's their overhang. I want to keep your overhang, but I want to bring this back here. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to I want to move it. Let's see your move icon, but all right, so let's move. Whoops, not yet. Let me put a little marker here. All right, and then we'll move this from there to there. And then we'll take this and then take this back to this, and then we'll get rid of this.
yeah, you could just erase that overhang.
And then we'll erase that one. And then all right, so now we have a continuous closed polyline, and we store the layers, and it has as a level structure. What is that? That's a line. It must have not been exactly on that corner. All right, then back to join nearest. And there's something wrong with that. What is it? That's on layer baseline. That's on layer LO.
Yeah, we just do. Yep.
So we. All right, so now, and that's what kept it from joining was this switch right here that says join only identical layers.
Right, right.
So
Oh,
now,
I see.
so now they're on the same layer.
Perfect.
Now we've got all the way around as a closed floor. Now, 613.05, if we say set polyline to elevation, and I'm going to type S to select, and here's my text, no adders, and then I'm going to select that object. And now, of course, we could have done this just by properties, but 613.05. Now, that's the garage level. So it goes, it's 613.05 along this edge, but then when it gets up to here, it's going to come in at 619.25. That's that raised area up there.
Well, we don't give a shit about all that anyway.
Right. And same thing here, it's raised. So all of this is where the ground comes up. Now, right now, we also don't have, these contours don't really exist going through the house, right? Because
No,
the house exists. So that part goes away. So we've got a house at this elevation. Now this comes up to here. So this half of the house is like at 619.25. And then this is at 613.05. So does the ground go from this corner up to this corner? Does that stay at 613.1? By the time you get here, does it stay level? What happens out here on the ground? I realize this is your stoop. You're coming up the stairs to the stoop, but is this above the ground right here on this corner?
Let me take a look there. I'm sorry, what?
Is this, where this stoop is?
Stoop?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody cares what's going on back there, Ken. Nobody.
Yeah. No, we're going to set this elevation around our building so we can use it to build our surface from.
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah. So, but now does this ground slope up like, I guess
Yeah,
it slopes
yeah,
up like
yep,
that.
yep.
So
It's just like that.
all right. So now this elevation here is 613.00. Now, so what we're showing, so you're coming into the building at 613.05, and then technically, according to this, it then drops to 613.00 at that point and stays at 613.00, or maybe a little bit lower on this side,
Right.
then back up to 613.00 right here. Okay. So this part's a little lower, but this part then now that's 00, and then it comes to 05. But now see this right in here? What's going on with this?
Just trim it out.
Yeah, but what happens against the building is what we got to figure it out, because
Let me give you an elevation, a direct elevation of that first Do you see this face right here?
Yeah,
That elevation across that face, and that's all level. That elevation is like is at 616.9.
okay, so 616.9.
Yeah, 616.9.
And so from that corner down to our garage door, it's got to drop 3 feet.
Well, this is where this wall comes in. We're going to be putting in a wall. Yeah, yeah.
So you're going to have a wall here.
Nope. We're going to have a wall that's going to follow this edge from here out to about here.
All right.
Yeah. All of this in the middle is just basically like, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if we were to trim out these contours.
Well,
right?
Yeah, but let's do this a separate way. Oops, sorry.
I mean, am I correct? Or no?
Well, potentially. I mean, we're gonna find out what's going on with it. Like, I don't know what created these contours. That's what I'm trying to get to, is if we can recreate the contours.
Let's just erase that out of there.
So let's do this. If we erase by a closed polyline and we select our building. Let's see, is there anything else in there? No, let's undo that for a minute. Let's go back. Erase by closed polyline, and let's just do polylines. There we go.
Perfect. And then this little piece over here that goes out. This over here, you know what? If we were to put a break line, here's our little draw. Right? If we were to put a break line or layer pipe, yeah, break line. If we were to put a break line, basically from like here, right? What do you say it was? 116.9?
Yep.
And then we're pretty much just going to go right to the end of this. And then we could, and then we're going to interpolate this
Well,
pretty much to like right here. And then pretty much to right here. Or maybe we don't need that over there.
well, yeah, we're gonna need
So we're
to,
going to go 116.9. And I'm thinking that from the existing driveway,
which I turned off, by the way.
what's that?
I turned off your existing driveway. You had,
Okay. All right. So so this break line here basically followed the existing driveway.
yeah,
And I created, that's why this looks like this. I mean, what elevation is this over here? Yeah, 117, 617.
all right.
Because we got like a little bit of a break line right here. The existing driveway, we started to dig out a little bit, and this is basically nothing more than like a little bit of like a,
Just a little bank that comes down, all right.
right. I mean, this is all balls level, and the fantasy is to continue this levelness basically at an elevation of 116. I don't know if we have to come from the face of this building out 2%. And whatever that magic number is, this is all going to be like balls level.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, so now And so you've got a wall over here too, looks like.
Right, right.
All right, and those are not, I'm
And there's
guessing,
the break lines.
well, that's a 3D.
Contour?
There's a three, well, yeah, that I guess is a contour line.
Right.
All right, so you've got that 3D line, that 3D line. And then this is,
That's the face of the wall.
and that's an arc. Okay, so now well, there's a couple of things. I'm gonna gather up all your hatches. And first of all, I'm gonna make a layer called hatch.
I think there is one, no?
I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, there's an
Oh.
HA
HA, that's it.
and there's a
Oh.
hatch rubble.
I think it's hatch rubble.
All right. All right, so let me freeze that just to get that out of the way.
Yeah, there you go.
Now, what we should do, and what layer is this on? This is on break line.
Break line. Yeah.
That's good. Now, when you created that wall break line,
Yep.
how did you do that?
I basically started.
I mean, did you just basically go through and put a bunch of points down? Because here's what I'm getting at. You see where this this arc is? You see we're not where that arc is, and I know that's sort of trivial, but there's a fairly easy way we can do that and get it exactly where it's supposed to be.
Okay.
This is on wall retaining, probably the same thing. Yeah, wall retaining. So that's our wall. It ends there. Does that go all the way around it, or?
In a perfect world, it does. Yep, yep.
All right, let me. So right there, we're looking at the retaining wall. So what I would do here is something like this. I would join make sure I got that. Yeah. Let me take this one out. What is that? Elevation 0. Oh, those are blocks. Okay.
Right. That's like a Carlson line.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we got to do something with that though. Let me select that and then select similar. And oh, they went completely away. All right.
Right, right, right. What is
Well,
it that we're trying to do here, Ken?
What's that? I'm trying to turn that into a continuous polyline.
Oh. Then I would take those little ticks out of there, just get rid of them.
All right, so we'll do this. We'll do it this way. Oops, let me make sure I'm doing
Let me do this. Right? We're just basically going to erase these.
well, yeah, but just,
Is that what we're doing
well,
at the end of the day?
yeah,
Right? At the end of the day here. Right? Bang, bang. And then we want to make one continuous line. So if we
yeah, but like you
get
got.
the O snap to the end, right?
Yeah,
Now
but
we're
wait,
just going to pretty much.
wait, though. You're doing way too much work. If you, like, this is an arc. These are all arcs.
Right.
So where's is that all, like, if it's a continuous arc, I don't want a piece of a line segment in there. I want to just.
No. We're just going to, nope.
Because see, if if that arc goes to there, does that, yeah, it looks like it is all on the same arc there. So that part was okay. This one. And what happens if I do that? That's going to shift it.
Can we just like attach one to the other?
Well, you can, but you're going to wind up with a little. See, if you do this, now watch what it does to the shape of it. It shifts it a little bit.
That's fine. It's
All
just the field stone wall. That's all it is.
All right, so we've got all of those
Right.
as arcs.
Depending where you're standing with that prism pole, a 10th here, a 10th there. It's
Yeah. All right. So now we'll join nearest. And we'll get rid of this one. All right, so there's now that one, and we're going to offset that from here to here. And then we'll get rid of that stuff. All right, we got a problem there.
you can't just fill it.
Let's see.
If we would have just to undo this thing, Ken.
Yep. See that? If I want to offset that, which I do, let me, hang on a second. Let me get rid of.
I'm gonna get a cup of coffee.
All right.
All right.
All right, so what was happening, you had a lot of overlap in your vertices, so I'm gonna remove some duplicates here.
Oh, you know what? It might be this. Hold on.
You got a report on the other screen.
Yeah, got it.
All right, just cleared that out.
Yep.
Okay, good. Now, see, when we joined all that up, there's some things in here that are duplicated.
Yep.
So let me. That should work. Yeah. All right, now if we try this. Now, if we look at that from a vertex by vertex position, if I go, I'm on vertex 1, see where the red marker is?
Yeah, yeah.
2, 3, and now watch where 4 goes, right back to where 1 was. Then it goes the other direction. And then it jumps all the way back up to here. That's why we were getting that weird offset.
Oh, I see.
So let's see, back to 1, there's 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, whoops, there's 6, 5, 4, 3. 4 goes to 3. See, it's overlapping itself. So if we do this. Now let's see if that managed to do what we want. I don't think so. 3, then 4.
And what is it exactly we're trying to accomplish here?
Well, you've got this polyline goes from here up to the end and then it folds back on itself. And we want to unfold that because when we try to offset it, that's what it gave that big goofy thing up here.
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah. So we need to get rid of those extra vertices. And let me see if I can do that with this.
Oh, there it is right there.
Well,
So if we were to explode this thing and basically just erase that line off.
see right there how that did.
Yeah. There you go.
So the problem is we can't grab the grip because it pulls both grips together. So yeah, I mean, if we exploded it, and now
Right.
we've got, is this one the duplicate? Let's see. Yeah, see, that was not the one we wanted to do. We want to get rid of this one. So let's send that to the back. And let's get rid of those. And now let's see about. All right, so that might do it. All right, so now starting at 1 on the end, which we want 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's good. That's what we wanted. We've got a little segment in here. Now we'll join those again. Okay, and now we'll offset that through there, and that's what I was looking for. There we go, good. And now we'll take this, send it to the back, get rid of those two pieces out there. And so now you've got a 2D outline of the wall, which is fine. Let's join now. Let me make sure I'm just directly connect. And we'll get the end caps. So there we go, a single closed polyline that represents the wall. Now, when we bring these back, we've got these elevation markers for the wall. So we can set that 2D line, this outline of this wall, we can set to the right elevations that it needs to be. So these elevations along here are the bottom. These are the tops. Okay, so do we know what it is down here?
Whatever that contour is.
Okay. So I'm going to right now take these out. And we're going to elevate that. What do we have in here? We've got, we're saying that contour 617.1 to 3 to 2. That's basically correct. Although I'm going to break that contour there and there. All right, so we're saying it's 617. Yeah, 0.1, so that's a little bit back there, and this is also, we're saying it's basically 617. That's at 618. What's that one say? That's 618. So really,
Well, it's running in between the, I mean, it's, you
Yeah.
know,
it's like right in there.
It's like a
So,
foot, 120 high retaining wall.
well, yeah, that's why. Ah, shoot, I can't get this thing to. All right. Now, what is this? 619. But see, that 19 doesn't go all the way down here to the foot,
Oh, it goes to the face of the top of the wall.
goes to here.
No, because the top of the wall, that
Oh,
whole
you got-
top of the
okay.
wall is flat. It's a
I
retaining wall.
I got you. I got you.
Right.
So, all right. So, but I'm going to want to break. I'll just break right here. And here. And then I'll get rid of that. Okay, so once we set this wall height, we'll have what we need. So we're gonna have the bottom on the ground. We need to come back and set the top. So I'm going to offset this. Just we just view it a 10 so we can see it. We'll go from there to the inside. So that's going to be down on the ground. This is going to be up on the top. This is going to be up on the top and on the ground where it comes into the top. So the elevations on this edge over here, both of those are going to be basically the same, but these will be the height of the wall difference. So this
edge over here is the top of the wall, 120 above this. This is not 120 wall projecting out of the ground. This wall is retaining.
Yeah.
1.2.
Yeah, so the ground comes into it at this back edge, and then it drops down to the ground on the front edge.
Right.
So that's what we're going to set. So we're going from 617.1 to 3 to 2 to whatever it is here.
Right. Whatever that contour is, Steve.
Or Ken.
I'm sorry. I think I've called you Steve a couple of times. I'm sorry.
You did. That's all right. Now this contour here is 618. See?
Perfect.
So is that, so it goes from 617.2 down here. Does it climb up to 618 to that corner on the ground?
So let's say it was 617.8.
Okay, so we go from 617.1, 617.3, 617.2 to 617.8. Right?
Or keep it 617 too. I mean, it's all, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. So this, let me get rid of this for a second. So that's 618. This one should be 619, I'm guessing. No, that's not a contour. That's not a contour line. Those
are the two break lines.
Yeah, okay. So that elevation then is, I don't see you get your coordinates on down here. There we go. So if I look at this, hover there, that's 618.61. That's 617.58. 617.59, that part's okay. So 618 is going to go in between those two. That's good. So let's see, what did we say? That was 617.6, basically 617.1.5.2, so 6. So that elevation then should be
Like 617.5.
yeah, so that's 617.16 to 617.58, so 617.5, we'll call it. So 617.5. All right, so now let's set those edges. I need to get rid of these end caps. And we'll put them back in here a little later. All right, so this elevate, or that bottom line, we're going to turn that into a polyline. It's going to go from this down here where we said that was 617.5.
1.
Where am I? Oh, sorry, I'm at the other end, 617.1. Okay, and then we're going to go up to say right in here.
Perfect. Perfect.
All right, so we'll sit there and we'll set that one to 617.3. And then we'll come to here and set that one to 617.2. And then we'll come all the way down to the end and set that one to 617.5.
And how did you get to this routine over here, Ken?
Right here on the 3D data.
Oh, 3D day. Oh, this is all civil. Okay, okay. Right.
Elevation editor. All right, so now I've done that. I've got that one raised. Now we'll do the same thing for this back one.
I mean, if we put these elevations on this line right here for the top of the wall and just got rid of these other 2 lines, isn't that just fine?
Well, yeah, but I mean, is that the width of your wall? You're going to want that in as a structure because it's got a width across the top.
Okay.
All right, so we now have the top. I mean, we had the bottom down along the ground. We've got that part set. Now the top of the wall, that we're going to assume it's level, of course. So when we do that one, we're going to do the same command. We'll set this and we'll start at that first elevation at 618.3. And then
That's fine.
whichever one is there, we said 19.1. And then we had this one at 618.6. And then
a foot and 120 up from there.
so that would be,
Right, what do we have for the bottom?
we had 617.5, so it's going to be 618.7.
619.7.
Or I mean 19.7, sorry. No, 617.5, and you said it's a foot 2. How high?
I don't know, like a foot higher?
Yeah, the bottom is 617.5. So we'll make
Six
this one.
seventeen, so make it 618.5. I mean, the top of the wall is level. So whatever else, 618, 63.
All right, so it goes from 618.3 to 619.1 to 618.6. So there's a high part in the wall. That's all right. And then it comes back here to, it stays that same elevation around. Okay. So now that is set, and these two edges need to be the same as that top line was, right?
Those could just, I mean, those are just two-dimensional polylines, just basically showing the back of the wall. That could be
Okay.
set at 0.
Yeah, but they exist at this elevation of this line.
Right, right.
So they're the same right there. So let's find out what this distance is from here.
So we should basically then put that top of the wall up here, right?
Wait a minute.
To this line here.
Yeah, this line we're going to offset over to this edge and then also for that edge, because those two are going to be the same thing. This will come into play. Let me do it and then show
Okay,
you
okay.
what it looks like in 3D. So, but I need to measure that. I need that width. 1.5. All right, so now we're going to offset, but a 3D offset. So we're going to do offset a 3D polyline by interval. A vertical or horizontal amount is 1.15 and same elevation. So we're going to take that and we're going to go this way. And then we're going to repeat the command, same option, but this time just 0.1, also 0. Okay, now. I'm going to draw and what I'm doing here is just getting the line work, and I'm going to let me set your extension. All right. Why is it?
And why are we fiddling around with this wall like this?
Well, let me show you.
All right.
I can't get the thing to. All right, so now we have everything is set to 3D. And let's go up here and do that same.
So not the, so this line here, right?
Yep. This line right here.
That line right there, you could basically erase. Right? Because you set the height of the wall for this line and the height of the wall for this line,
Yep.
right? So this is just nothing but a two-dimensional polyline set right now at 0.
Well, no, it's all set. It's all 3D. It's
And
just,
what elevation is this line?
well, click on it and hover the mouse over one of the grips. And then look down at your status bar. See that 618.3, 618.3.
618.6, 618. And so if I go like this.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Now, go ahead.
And the elevation should come up, Steve, Kenny, or?
Yeah, that should be at 619.1. Let me double check this one. Somehow it missed.
So long this
Yeah.
back.
All right, hang on a second. Let's take a look at this again. We'll get the one on the ground.
Got the one on the ground, 617,
That's
617 and change.
617.1, and then 17.3 up to there, and then 17.5 at the end. Okay, that's good.
Good.
Now let's select the top of the wall right here.
618, 618.
We'll see that it goes from 618.3, and then it's got something.
And where does the 619 coming in?
Well, this is 26. That should not be that. We should say right here is 619.1. And then here should be 618.6. Which should be our next control point right here. And then finally at the end, we've got 618.63. Okay, so it's got a high point.
Let me just
Right.
take a look at something here. So if we go like this, right? This is this. And then how did we get, so then this goes to this 3D printer? I mean, to this, this
Yeah.
is the,
So we turned the original 2D polyline into a 3D
okay.
by setting elevations. Okay,
So what do we got here? So this is 617, 617, 617, 617. Terrific. Okay. This next one. Oh, so
well,
we gotta close this.
no, we just pick this other line now.
We gotta pick this other line and then what? Go back up to that 3D?
It's not letting me grab it. Hang on a second. Let me grab that. Okay, so now.
All right. So we
that
got,
one-
right? We got 618 going up to 619 over here. 619, 619, 619, 1.
Well, no, it goes 618.3 to 619.1 to 618.6. And then
And that's what's reflected. And that's what's reflected here.
yeah,
618, 618, 618. Okay, good.
all
And
right.
then this over here is nothing. Right.
Well, it's the back of the wall.
It's the two-dimensional line at the back of the wall. Okay.
No, it's not two-dimensional, it's three-dimensional. Here, let me get rid of it. We're going to offset that line. It's a 3D polyline that we're going to offset. So we're going to offset this line by 1.15 feet. That was the distance across the top.
Okay.
No vertical offset. So it went from here to here. So now that line is exactly parallel to this line, same
Perfect.
elevations. And it's the back edge of that line. Now that is now set to that same elevation. Now, we're going to offset just to get to the other part of the footprint. We're going to do that same 3D offset, but this time we're only going to 10th. Also, same elevation. Okay. And then we're going to bring this to that. That's still that 618.63. Now, what you'll see is when we get blue's kind of hard to see. When we get from here to here, and then we're going to draw well, that'll work. No, hang on a second.
Nobody cares about this end of the wall here, Ken. Nobody. It's got nothing to do with us here.
Yeah,
Nothing.
yes, it does. Yes, it does. Just hang on. All right, so now I offset this a 10th, or let's go through. Go from there to there. Okay, now I'll offset through. We're gonna get the edge. We're gonna go through that. And then we're gonna just extend. that. And we're going to extend that. Now, whoops, it didn't extend. Let's see. Extend that. Oh, shoot, let's see. There we go. Okay, now I'm going to draw these 3Ds. All right. So now what we've done is we've got break lines that we can use to build that, and you'll see the wall. And I've got one of those. Didn't exactly make it. Take these. And again, let's take this 618.3, 618.3. Six 18.3 and 617.1. Okay. So now we draw a 3D polyline. I'm going to unprompt. Take these out. 3D. Okay. So now we look let's turn this around the way we've been looking at it in the drawing. So you see we're coming into the top of the wall here. And then we come across flat across here. And then we drop down to the ground down here. And that's the same. That we see on this edge. Okay, so it comes across, hits the back of the wall, and then it goes across flat across to the top part of the wall, and then it drops nearly vertically down here to this bottom part. See that?
Yep, yep.
Okay, so those will serve as our break lines as we model this information. So our contours are going to come in and hit it correctly. And we'll also, we'll be able to look at that. And let's just do a real quick and dirty settings. I'm going to have to get some of these contour lines in there. And it's going to be all kinds of issues that we won't be able to see, but we should be able to see the wall. Let's see, I forget because we're rotated on the screen, but not here. Here's the wall. Now disregard this in here, okay? But you can see the structure of the wall now.
All right.
All right, so that part's modeled correctly. So now then, if we go to, try to do some of our design work, we've got those edges and we've got this surface that underlies everything correctly. Once we get this other stuff resolved. And that will be, and we won't have to worry about that at all any further. So we've got that part done. I mean, that surface obviously is just goofy. But we have the wall. I mean, let's take a real quick look here. I want to densify. And then we'll look at that one. Now it's going to have some. All right, so there's your wall itself with these flat triangles in between on the bottom and the flat triangles across the top. And you can see right there, that's that high part, the high point of the wall. Remember,
Right.
it went up to 619 something and then came back down. Okay. So that part is good. Now, are there any other kind of walls in here that already exist that we need to model?
No. That's
Okay.
it.
All right. So now this.
Right. That's the elevation of the existing grade.
All right. So we're going from 619.6 right here to 619.6 to 619.6. So that's 619.6 all the way along.
It should be
Or should it be 616.9?
yes, 616.9.
Okay. Oh, it is. I just misread. I was a little dyslexic when I read the. Sorry.
That's
So
fine. That's fine.
look at that, and it says 616.9. Yep. Okay. So 616.9. Now it goes from there down to this front edge, which is at 613.05. So from there down to there at 613.05. And then that would make those contours stack like that against it. That would be correct. Okay, so then this building if we look at the building outline itself, it is set to 61305 all the way around. And then we've got this one that's partially different. All right, so that part's fine. Let's see. So if I draw 3D polyline, if I continue that one, it's going to go to that endpoint at should be 613. I must have missed it. Let's see.
So I mean, we could almost use that same principle then with that 3D data, right? That 3D polyline editor,
Uh-huh.
right? I mean, we could just do that.
Yep. So
I would erase that, I would take that break line out there that we put in then, right?
well, let me set this up here a second.
I mean, if we were to erase that break line, I only introduced it only just to kind of, but if
Yeah,
we
yeah.
have that ability,
Yeah, we could take the building footprint and do that.
right. It's
Right. So, but what we did was, see that little point right there?
yeah,
That's where you said that that went from level from there back. So that now has that point in there. Otherwise, we would have to, reset that part again.
okay.
So anyway, if we do that and then elevate the building, now, see what I want to do is I want to keep that building outline, that 2D polyline.
Yeah,
1305, it could be 0 for all I care. In fact, let's just go ahead and set it to 0. Yeah, but that's the building outline. So I want to go ahead and keep that just for drafting purposes. And I'm just going to draw a 3D polyline around it. Now I could do the same thing. I could try to make a copy of the 2D and use the editor, but I can do this as well. If I draw here, and I'm just going to continue the last one that we did.
okay.
Okay, and so now it's going to go up to this corner.
So
And-
you've got this contour over here, right? That's intersecting with that building face.
All right.
So whatever that contour is, if you're gonna put that polyline in there,
All right. So when that intersects, it's going to be 613. So we're at 613.05, and then it drops down to 613.
or you could just make it 613 all across, Ken.
Yeah, or we can leave it at 613.05. That's no problem. Let's just do this for a second. We'll get rid of that extra tag point. And all right, so now back to 613, or back to this. And if I continue, I need to set. Now I gotta set that elevation. Six 13.5.
It's 613.05.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me, I gotta take this quick call.
Yep, sure.
Hello. Oh, my God. All right, Ken, we're back.
All right.
Another job. Jobs are pouring in, Ken.
Hey, that's the way you want them.
Well,
Well, yeah. Well,
up to a point, you know what I mean?
yes, sir.
So we're creating now a break line around the building perimeter.
Yeah. I'll have to move that in a minute. Let's see. And then we're going to take it to,
Because there's already a break line on that face, right?
oh, yeah. Okay.
Right. I think we only needed to go to
Oh.
that front right corner. Yeah. Well, that's perfect.
And then let's close that. Just. All right. So what that's going to look like is something like this. Let me go back. Uh, Now we'll reset that back to 0 in a minute, but this is what the actual structure would look like. So there it is. Let's say that 613.05.
This up here is not correct up there. I
Yeah,
think that you've got like a spike in there. You see right before that chimney?
right up here.
Yeah,
Well, that was
Yeah.
where it came from down here and it went up to that entrance at 619.25.
no. That's like 4 or 5 feet up off the ground. There's like a platform there.
Yeah, there was that stoop. Remember? That stoop and the elevation label.
No, because you can see it's not hitting the contours. Right.
All
I
right,
would
but
just
what?
run along with that contour. And that platform is probably like at 18.5.
Okay,
That's
but
like way up off the ground.
all
You
right,
see the
but
steps that are coming up there?
yeah.
That's not the ground element. I mean,
So the building though, you got this finished floor at 619.25.
right, but that's like 4 foot above the ground.
Yeah, should be.
Yeah, but your brick line is following that 619.25. Is it not?
Yeah. So, oh, I see.
So,
I got it. Let's see. So if I take, let me get rid of this one back to the back, then I've got this guy. So I really should stop at that elevation and just walk it to that elevation.
right, there's also a contour here,
Yeah,
contour, and then I would just interpolate this thing around here.
okay, got it. So now if we set this, and I put in this 613.1, and that's just barely up off of there. Okay, so let's add. Where these things hit.
Right, you see that 619?
Yep, so let me see here. Let's start back here at. There's 10 at 613.05. There's 11 at 13.1, 12. That's good. And then 13 needs to
good.
be the same elevation as this.
Right.
And then 14.
So we
Well,
probably
need
missed
to
that
add,
contour
need
at
to add,
615.
need to add that one.
And how do we add that just now?
Right here, this add a
Oh,
vertical
I see.
crossing.
And this is only available on the civil.
Yeah,
Okay.
all right, so
Right.
now, so 14 then is, I'm gonna use this arrow to pick whatever that elevation was, 615. So I'll go from there to 14 to 15, and now I'm going to unlock all of these down to. What
So
is that?
that's six. So
Two.
that's 616 is valid.
Yeah, so we're gonna go from 15 to 16. So I'm gonna do that. Here's my or I'm sorry, from 14. So I'm gonna uncheck 15. So it's gonna go from 615 at point number 14 and let it go all the way down to point number 22. So I'll uncheck that. Now you see how that's squared that off, got rid of the high point. So now I'm hitting there. And now 17, 425 is also 17. Yeah. All right, so we're at 17 there.
Right, I think we had
Yeah.
116.90 or something.
We had 16.9.
Right, 616.9.
But we thought it was 17, so let's go down here to make this one.
616.9.
There we go. And then should we add this point?
If you like, sure. So we would just go to the intersect or add vertex.
And so
I see. Then it
that is
renumbers
17.
everything.
Yeah. So 17 to 16.9 to 17.
Perfect.
Or do we want to keep this at 17?
You know what? It just doesn't matter. I mean, you could put it at 617. You know, you go up against the building, you get a shot, you know, the tip of the point. I mean, I don't know who's doing what out there, you know. I mean, could very well be.
Yeah, so 26.
Yeah, make it 617.
So we just unchecked it.
So point number one has to change as well because it's the same as it should be 617, right?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, so 617, 617. Then
Right.
6.
And then number 6 goes down to 613.05. Perfect. Runs along. There's 12.
Well, shoot. All right, so we're at 2 at 17. And then the 3 to 4 to 5. 5 is there's your 616.9, and then down to 1305. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So there we go. And just to verify.
Oh, yeah, that looks better. Nice.
Okay. All right. So that should then model pretty nicely when we get in there to do it. Now, we got some contours. We're not going to worry about the stairs and the platform. All right.
Yeah, and the rest of it is basically just the brake lines around the existing outline of that gravel driveway. Yeah, that right there, that center line, I just kind of eyeballed that in. I mean, you can erase that if you like. It's
Well,
just kind of,
we'll get to it. Let me just
yeah. Okay.
freeze it off for right now. Now, these are your brake lines, I gather.
Right. And then the brake lines again, you know, around, I just wanted to outline and identify.
Yeah, so. Yeah,
Yeah, I just interpolated in between these points.
all right, so now this one is a 2, well, that's an arc.
Right.
Now, if I turn that into a 3D polyline by screen entities, I'm going to show you what's going to happen.
Okay,
Set there, we will keep the existing. So if I select that to convert, oh, it's got to be a polyline. So I've got to go to edit, polyline utilities, entities to polyline. So I've got to turn that arc into polyline. Now it still is an arc by geometry. All right, so now I'm going to go 2D to 3D by screen entities since you've already set those. And I'm going to select this. And then I'm going to tell it to read that. Okay, now.
so the rest of that 2D
See this?
entity,
See, there's your new break line. You see how much closer it follows?
and
Instead
up on, so, okay. And
instead
how
of
did you
that,
do that now?
I did, you had these drawn to elevation, okay?
Right.
And so I was gonna just, take that elevation and trust what you've got with it. And then I said, all right, I want to convert 2D to 3D polyline
Yeah,
by screen entities.
okay.
Okay, so I went and I picked this and I said, ignore zeros, keep the existing polyline down at 0. And then,
Oh, good, okay.
yeah, and then set the layer. See, we could have done that with the building up there as well. If we
Right.
had something to match, we didn't have it yet. All right, so we say, okay. And then we selected that. And the first time it was an arc and it said, not a
We need-
polyline. That told me I had to go to my edit menu and choose entities to polyline. So it turned that arc entity into a polyline that had an arc segment. Okay.
Right.
Exact same thing, but it made it a polyline. Okay. So then it had me choose that polyline and then choose the 3D things I wanted to read from the screen. So it started back down here, wherever that arc started,
Yeah,
and then it read the elevations of this to be able to set that.
to follow the geometry of that arc.
Yeah, the one that followed that. And you can,
So then that exact drawn out 2-dimensional entity has now been converted.
well, no, because you had the arc was by itself.
Right, okay.
So what we might want to do then instead, because if you look in there, see, there's the arc that we just created. It's not really an arc anymore. It's a whole bunch of little line segments, but it follows along the arc a lot more closely than this did. Okay. Than yours. So you just had a point and a point and a point, but now it's interpolated all of those things in between and it keeps it much closer to looking like the arc. Okay, but I see I've got a missed point right here. So what we're going to do to fix that is we're going to come up here and we're going
So if we isolated that 2-dimensional driveway edge and just attach them and created a 2D polyline, then we could follow that routine.
yeah. So what we're going to do is let's restore that, and then we're going to isolate
That,
that
right.
layer, and that's all just 2D polylines, I'm guessing.
That should all be a 2-dimensional line, I think.
Now that's actually that's also an arc. So let's do this, edit entities to polylines, because we're going to need to do that. I don't want to get that leader is what I'm trying to avoid. Make sure I've got everything there. Yeah. Okay, so now
So now if you highlight,
Ollie. And let's go ahead and we'll join these entities.
and what command was that? Because I see that you could set like a tolerance, a distance to join by.
Yep. And that's, the command is here, join nearest.
Yeah.
Shows it from the polyline toolbar that I've got floating out here right there.
Oh, and then, max separation to
set,
join.
Yeah.
I got you.
Or
Okay.
Put on the screen. I'm just going to say, well, within a tenth. I'll directly
Okay.
connect, and I'm just going to select everything, and then I'm going to remove R to remove. I don't want that to be a part of it. And I don't want any of this just in case it were to find it.
Right, right.
So now that has turned that into a polyline.
Yeah.
That's
That.
into a polyline. And that's into a polyline, but it didn't join down here. Wonder why. If I look at that, that's a polyline, zero elevation.
Almost looks like there's like an overlap on there, right?
Sure enough it is. So I'm going to put that right back there, and then I'm going to all right, so now all I have to do is get that one and that one. So now there's a polyline, there's a polyline, and there's a polyline. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'll save a drawing. And now I'm going to isolate just the
existing and the break lines.
right. Now you've got this one. Let me change your layer for break line.
The color?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Just so we can see what's the difference. Okay, so you see up here how we come off the edge here. Is our line supposed to follow that magenta, or does the magenta should follow our green?
Well, the magenta should follow, that two-dimensional line.
All right, so that has an elevation of 612.66. So if I pull that down to there, it needs to be 612.66. Yeah, see, it's all right. What are my changes here? I'm at 612.68 to 66. Okay. I think I'm just gonna
Yeah, just slap it on there.
do this now. I'm going to move it to a .xy, which is called a point filter. And it's going to ask me for that. And now it says it needs Z. So that was 612.66. All right. So now if I hover there, it's still 612.66. Good. This one was 612.68. So I'm going to move that.
I'll put it right on the PC.
XY of that, and it needs an elevation of 612.68. There we go. All right, now we've got 3D edges or break lines. They all line up. We've got a little bit of mist down in here. That part's okay. Let's see what we got. Got a point there at 6/16/52. So I'm gonna move that to dot XY. Six 16/52.
So the routine that you used before, how it kind of like jumped on, is that still?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're still going to do it because it's going to read everywhere it crosses and has an elevation.
Oh.
Okay. So now let's see, what do we have here? There's where that one is. If I add a vertex, let's say nearest there. Okay. I'm going to add a vertex. Over there. I think we're close enough for the rest. We need to fix that. So this one needs to be 6/13/03. So I'm going to move this to dot XY. The elevation of 6/13/03.
And where are you getting that elevation from? Is that popping up on your screen?
Yeah, see when I hover in it, look down at the status line right down here.
Oh.
So that's 6/13/03. So I'm going to now move that to dot XY. Uh, 6/13/03. I missed it. So I'm going to move it again to dot XY. 6/13/03. Okay. Now, what is this one?
Well, that was that original break line that went around the building perimeter.
Yeah. And then this one is 6/13/05 to 03. That's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
but
other piece, you could probably even just erase that if that is kind of in the way.
no, I think no, that's perfectly fine there. But now what is this?
Yeah, that segment there, that was just kind of meant, to run along the face of the building, but being that we've kind of cleaned that.
Yeah, but that is, so you've got some overlap here. Come up here and go overlap, and then when you choose this, see how that overlaps as well?
Right. Oh, you know what it was? When I generated this tin, there was a spike. I put in the wrong value in between this segment and this segment here. And I just kind of broke that 3D poly line and just introduced another line.
Yeah, okay, so we need to make sure we're not doubled up. All right, so there's that one, and that's the one we fixed up there, and that goes all the way down to here. Let me take a look at then this one. So what was this one? Oh, that's a 2D polyline. That's right. That's fine. All right, so let me see here. We got two things. All right, I've got, that's my 2D. How many do I have in here? Only two. Okay.
Yeah, that line segment, yep, yep.
All right, so there's my 3D. Now, how many do I have here? Hopefully just two. Yep, two. Okay. So this one ends here. This one ends there. They're not exactly the same. There we go. All right. So we shall resolve several things here. All right, so what do we got? We've got 6/17/58. We've got 6/17/59. So we'll move this down to the dot XY of that, and it's at 6/17/58. Then this, I can just go here to here, assuming I grabbed, I did, okay. So that part's correct. Now this and this need to get resolved. And what do we have? We've got some laces that we can bring these to. All right. So this is going to go to the dot XY of oops, sorry, forgot to get the elevation. 6/16/69. Six 1669. All right. And in 6/15/97. 6/15/97, and does it have a PT? Yep. 6/15/97.
So so that break line and the 2D polyline outlining the existing, for you to use that routine, those lines need to cross each other.
Within a tolerance. I'm just making sure that we're not going to miss it. So I just wanted to see.
Okay,
So,
okay.
like these, you've snapped right on the edges, and that's fine.
Oh, that's fine. Okay,
But like when we're out here, it may miss
right.
the point because I don't know what that tolerance value is. I don't want to set it too big because I don't want it jumping over and grabbing other geometry.
Sure, sure.
Right. So now that and that needs to get resolved into that. So if I take anyway, 6/18/85. That's 6/8. That's 6/16/91 coming this way.
Right. I only introduced that line because there was a spike in there.
Yeah, that's all right. So I'm going to remove that for a second, and let's see. I've got a point down there that I can bring it to, and this is 6/17/01. This is 7. Okay, that's all right. So 1701. So if I move that to 617.01. And then that is going to go to the endpoint of that, which should still be 1701. It is. And now we need to bring this point down to there, but to be able to do that, I need a, let's see, at 1716. So I'm going to move that to dot xy of nearest an elevation of 617.16. Okay. We're back out there to 1758, and that tracks along the arc fairly well. I think that tracks. Okay, now this needs to join to this other one. So I'm going to join nearest, and I'm only doing this so that when I erase that, I can erase it with one pick. Got a couple of points in there we need to fix. All right, now let me see. We've got this 2D. It's all the way to there. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have an accurate model, an accurate surface, the rest of it is
It's futile.
it's really almost like meaningless.
Yep. All right, now these two little points here.
Yeah, I would just slide them onto the existing.
So we can just do this, right?
Oh, perfect, even better.
All right, so there's our 3D, with the exception that we're going to be cleaning up these little arcs in here by elevating this to match that. Okay, so we're now going to go, after I save the file, to 3D. We're going to say 2D to 3D polyline by screen entities. And we're going to say, okay, and we're going to come in here, we're going to say, take this as a 2D polyline that we want to convert, and this, and there's another one in here.
Right, the yellowish one.
All right, so those are the ones we want to convert. Now select the things we want to read. So I want to read all of those. Let me make sure I've got that selected here. Yep. So now there they are. Now, This 3D polyline just goes from the house around to there, which is fine. This one goes from there down to there, which is also fine. But this one, and let me see, how many do I have here? I've got just the one, okay. So this is the overall, which includes this part around the building, which I no longer need because I've got it with the building itself. So I have to select that and see that gives me the building. Now that takes me up to here. So I'm going to draw a 3D polyline and I'm going to continue this one. I'm going to go to there. So now that's a line that goes from there all the way down to there. This one goes from there up and around to there. And we should only have two. Good. And here we've got this one that we can get rid of. Should have two. Yep. Okay, so that sets our break lines. Let's take a look at what they look like, just in case we can spot anything. I know. You take a look at like this line right here, you know, as I move this thing around, take a peek, make sure that looks like it's supposed to look.
It does.
Yeah, so we're gonna go from this up to that edge, and basically that's where it's going to be flat. So you have like a little flat part up here in your yard, and it comes down to this
Well,
edge.
it's actually all flat. It's just that humpy contoury segment is basically having excavated out for the wall and just thrown up there.
Well then, but look at this edge
Right.
right here. Okay.
Right.
See
That's
how,
all coming down. Yep.
all right, but you see how when
Yeah, it looks good.
so but it's up in the air. It's up at like this house elevation,
Yep.
but the driveway edge is down at the ground.
That's correct.
Okay. So it, you know, it's like
The foot.
see here's what here's what I'm gonna show you. If I look at my quick profile by screen entities, and I come across like this,
Right.
see, it's going to, so I'm going to come across a driveway at this 1.8% cross slope, and then it's going to climb up the bank a little bit to right in here.
Correct.
Okay. Do it one more time. I'm going to go from here to here and then to here. I really need a new mouse. All right, so cross the driveway. Then it climbs up to that point right there,
Yep,
and then it goes down to the house.
right,
So this line right here is above the house.
right.
All right. May not be a good way to do drainage in there. You might want to knock that.
Oh, no, no. I mean, once we, yeah, that's all coming down and getting flattened down to like 617,
Okay, but that break line that you see there now, that's what's out there now.
Right,
That-
right,
Okay,
right.
all right. So that part's good.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that it wasn't sticking up too high. Okay, so now we've got some good elevations on our break lines, and we're following our curves. We'll get our house set up there, and we can use those as break lines for that. But now, like, where did these come from? You say you created them from your
Those
survey.
were generated from field point locations.
Okay, so where is the data that created those? Because now that we've cleaned up our break lines, we've got our wall, I want to see, where those, like, do you have survey points? Like if I turn everything on.
Oh,
And now let me freeze the triangles. I don't really need those for anything.
do you want the points in there?
Yeah,
Let me see.
well, let me turn, I don't need these trees and such.
Right, right.
In fact, let me go back to one more thing here too. Let me erase those. You don't need them. And they just hog up the drawing. Okay, now let me freeze the trees and the hatch. Okay, now, what's that? It's just, okay, what is this line right there? Is it your property line?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, so, yeah, so where are the survey points or whatever you may have used?
Let me see. So I would have to change this workspace, I'm guessing.
Oh, no. Don't worry about changing that at all. You can, if you
Oh,
want to,
so,
if you want to go to like survey, go to it here.
oh,
And
okay.
that's this settings, cross and menus, survey menu. So
Okay.
it doesn't, so the workspace controls like which toolbars and everything are out there. So that's,
Oh, okay, okay.
you want to switch those using these cross and menus. But even at that, you don't need survey unless you need to do some survey calculation type things. What you need is your points.
Right.
And so if we look at a coordinate file, now I look up here, there's no coordinate file associated with it. See in the stripe there, it says CRD none up
Yep,
here.
yep.
So I'm going to go to my points menu and I want to set a coordinate file now. Navigate and find wherever your point file is that you used.
Okay, so, could very well be. I do not see.
Well, over here are your folders. So if it's in like points, archives, no.
Right. No. I had a, right, what is, all of this?
All right, right now you're looking at Carlson projects.
Right.
So I don't know, did you put this like, you've got all these Angela Place folders over here. You see there's one from May, one from
All right, let me take a look.
Yeah,
Oh, let me close this window over here. I had a field work. I had a field work folder, and that's where the coordinates were. I mean, I can just bring them in.
well,
Oh, here we go, here we go.
yep,
That's it.
okay. Now, where those
So if we-
points are, let's just take a look before we draw them. Let's do a list
Right.
and
So we are basically focusing on points number like 3,000 up to like 3,200.
yeah, bring that list over onto the
Up,
screen.
up, up. What the?
Just bring the window over to.
Oh, here we go, here we go, here we
There it
go.
is, yeah, okay. So
Right.
now,
So I created a point group. I don't know if that's still viable.
yeah, it could well be. All right, so
And-
I see that I've got some with elevation, some with not, but you said we're gonna focus on
Right.
a certain range of these points. So let's take a look, then I'll repeat that command and let's,
So if we go to point group, right, topo. Those, that's the, that's what we used.
all right, so these are the points. I got ground shots and things
Right.
like these, okay.
So I see we just blew by, what is this? If we go up a little bit, I got a couple of 0 points. Up, 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 up. Okay, 320, but that might be nothing. So we could erase that 3120 through 3122 out of there.
All right, so let's go to our, let's just take it out of our point group. And if we edit those, we are going to include, well, not all, we'll include those, but we're going to exclude zero elevations. So now we should see no zero elevations, and it was 3120, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was 3120.
So now I go from 3109 to 3125.
Right, that's correct.
All right, so now all of our elevations are
They look valid, right?
valid, yep. All right, so there's now that. Now let's do this. I'm going to draw, locate those points. I'm going to check your defaults first of all. There's that descriptions, elevations, locate on the real Z. Point numbers automatic. I'm going to put these on PNTS. Topo. And that should work. Let's see, we want to. Now draw locate points. Erase and redraw points topo and draw a group of topo.
Right.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. And I want to freeze these. Now, where did those contours?
Those other contours came from a previous topo back in the day. Some of the contours I had scanned in, some I took physically out in the field. So what I did was basically from where we located, right?
Yeah,
this kind of sort of thing going back was basically trimmed out of two-dimensional polylines with an elevation, which then
Yeah.
became part of the tin. And that's how I came up to mimic and to integrate everything into a more comprehensive topo map.
All right, so we've got, so I don't necessarily want to freeze those, but I'm afraid we're gonna have some crossing errors is what's gonna happen, because we're gonna be using these break lines, and right there where that elevation is, if I look at my inspector, I see that that's a 613 contour, and I look at this,
Yep.
I look at this line, you see I'm at 613.017. I get down close to it.
So
It might
I
be
mean,
all right, but you
if
see
we
it
just
like-
break the contour from basically here, right? I just erase.
Yeah, but what you want to do is this. Let's isolate our points and our breaks. Okay. So that's all the data that we have in this. Now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to shrink wrap that. And we're going to put this on boundary again. So let's say across gaps. And we're going to select everything except for that original that we had. We'll see what we do there. Now,
So the existing conditions out into the road and, adjoining the neighbor, should we, I don't know.
yeah, well, here's what we got.
Okay,
So you've got a point out here, but, and you've got a point down here.
right.
Now you've also got, you see where it follows along that break line? The
Yeah.
driveway? So
Yeah.
that's all that you've got in your new data, but you have these out here in your old data. So what
Right.
I'm gonna do is take everything that's these old contours, I want to stop them at these edges.
Okay,
Okay, so I shrink wrapped
everything new.
in your data, and I may need to make a couple of little fixes to it. So if let me isolate again the points, and I'll go ahead and get these two just so we can see them. And this. All right, so there's a point. I can probably, let's do that. And that's good what it's doing there. Let's see up here. That's all good.
So let me ask you another thing. In regards to these points, for example, like here, where this was a continuous slope, I didn't create a break line, but from 3159 to 3000, that's clean. 3000 to 3158 to
Okay,
here,
all right.
So
If that's the case, then
with that in mind,
we want to get rid of all of these points in here. We just want to go point to point.
right.
Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to draw.
I mean, we could create a break line in there, I guess, if you wanted. I mean,
No, well, I don't think there'll be much need for that, but here's what we're going to do to fix that. We're going to go from that endpoint to that endpoint, except I'm going to go back up here and fix what I missed. I jumped to the there. All right, and then we'll
Right,
take,
it was more or less to create like a 10-foot buffer.
okay,
And really the rest of it outside of this 10-foot buffer is like meaningless. It was just meant to.
yeah, but you want as much as you can
No,
get.
no, yeah, that's kind of why I kind of, went ahead and did that.
All right, so that gives me that. I'm gonna now go from,
Right, yeah, and then it jumped up to 3126. I mean, if we were going to shrink wrap, location data. Yeah,
right,
and then it pretty much just kind of ran along, and I see, nope, that's good, that's good. No, 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 that's fine, that's fine. We're done.
all right.
Yeah, so the rest of it
So-
that it shrunk wrap around was meant, oh, so for example, like here, 3153 should go to 3152.
Okay, so that's pretty even ground in there is what,
Right, like these little,
okay.
this should
Yep.
go from here to here.
Uh-huh, yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that would more define correctly. Uh, right. Yeah, and that was the buffer.
okay.
And yep.
And now that's right up against the house, but we have these other contours that we can use to trim out. Which we'll keep those.
Yeah, that was more,
Uh,
yeah.
Okay, so let's see. Maybe there now. Show you another little trick is we're going to isolate. Well, first we're going to restore. And we're going to isolate just that because we have all those little pieces.
Yeah.
We're going to do another little shrink wrap,
Oh, another shrink wrap, okay.
bounded line work only. And when we do this, it's now got the overall
Right,
boundary. And I've got those little pieces that we added. So I'm going to select everything and then I'm going to just shift click on that one so that it's no longer selected. And now I've got a single closed polyline.
right.
All right. So I'll restore those. Now that will be our trim line for these contours. So I'm going to isolate our trim line. Are these on different layers like index and
Right.
it should be like that? Did we have something? No, that was good. So let's undo. And let's isolate that. Okay. So now all of these contours in here were the ones that you've generated. We're going to trim them out
Good.
of the inside, and we'll do that with the edit, erase by closed polyline.
Oh, erase, okay.
And we're going to select our border and we choose everything we want to erase. It doesn't matter in this case, but just polylines is fine. Erase inside, boom, there they go. They're done. All right, let me turn that off. And now we no longer need that one because when we come back to getting our data, we're going to have these in here that we also want to use.
That
So,
we also want to use. Okay, good.
so now I will isolate Let's just get those, and that. So there's now is all of the data that we want to use, and I can get rid of that for the moment. Now let's take a quick peek. I see that lone point. I'm not gonna look at it.
Yeah, you could just,
It's all right. I just won't select it. But I just want to make sure that we don't have anything,
no spikes.
nothing at 0, and I don't have anything that stands out as being an issue. That looks pretty good to you?
It does, it does.
All right. Now let's build our surface. So we're going to shrink wrap again, this time across gaps. And
the shrink wrapping keeps these contours from shooting across the property and connecting with
Yep.
any viable candidate.
yeah, because when it's looking to build triangles, it sits on every point.
It'll just kind of shoot across.
And it looks at every other point. So when it sees points up here, it'll make
Right.
triangles. So
And that's what that shrink wrapping does.
that's right. And you can either draw your own, which I'm going to do here because I'm going to do some adjustments, or when you build the surface, if you uncheck this box right here, if it's checked, if this box is checked, you have to have drawn your boundary and you pick it, okay? If it's unchecked, then you have the ability to let this command build that shrink wrap for you. Okay, and you can.
And then so the difference then between like the low and the medium is just
Yeah. Well, here, let me show you what it does. If I do a shrink wrap, and if I say across gaps in my perimeter reduction, when I say none, watch what happens. And I'm going to do this.
okay.
So-
Oh, it just goes straight up and down the
Yeah,
ortho line.
so what it's doing when it's saying reduction, it's actually triangulating all this data in memory.
Sure.
It's building triangles, and it says, how much reduction of the outside triangles do you want me to try to do? And if I said none, so if I were to see those triangles, I would still see triangles in here because, and it just went around all the outside triangles. So what that does is put everything's convex, everything sticks out, okay?
Right.
So if I do this, the opposite extreme, if I shrink wrap and change it from none, let's go to high reduction.
Yeah,
Watch what it does here.
Oh.
You see, it gets rid of as many as it can. Now, I may not want to get rid of the one that's in here or in here. I want to keep those fairly even.
Right.
So I need sort of a happy medium, and that's where it comes into play. And you try it several times and see what works the best, and it depends on the nature of the data. So I can do a medium, so it's going to take some aggression, but not total. So now I get a little bit flatter in some areas. It's still
Sure.
still walking in there a little bit. So let's try it one more time. And I'll go back and erase that guy again. Shrink wrap. And let's try it on low and see what that does. Now, low will sometimes leave some extra.
Oh,
Like here, in which case, now I might want to say, let me take a look at what's out here. That's okay. I just want to make sure we're missing anything. So I may do this just because I like.
Well, the medium seems like a nice compromise.
Medium is fairly decent. It gets a little tight on some of those that are close together. So I'm going to sort of add add a couple of edits in here. So I think I'll stick with those like that. And now down here, I'm going to do this. I'm going to just take this line. I'm going to go from there, and I'm just going to, instead of having it jump in, I'll just walk down just to the outside edges. Maybe to there, then to here.
Yep, yep.
And then I'll take it down to there. Now, I will erase the polyline segment. And now that since this has to be closed, I'm going to join that polyline with the one I just drew. And this one that I left behind. Now let's make sure it's closed. Select it and we look at properties and yes, it's closed. Okay. So that's going to be our
limit.
Yes, our inclusion triangles. Now we might as well also make the house our exclusion. Okay.
Ah,
That way it won't contour in the house. All right, so I'm going to now save this. And let's build the triangles or build the surface, triangulate and contour. We will check on to use those areas. And we want to make sure we trim the edges and not remove them. Erase previous contours, we'll leave turned off. Otherwise it keeps turning everything off and starting over. I will densify break lines every 5 feet. Should be fine. I'll minimize my flats and that should do us. Okay to overwrite. Yes, it is. There's my inclusion.
so if we were at this point, just for argument's sake, if you were to like change the contour intervals instead of a foot,
Yeah.
I mean, mathematically, it would be the same anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, the
Right?
contour interval is just a display. The surface is the surface. And you
Right, right.
you can draw 1/10 of a foot contours, you can draw 100-foot contours. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Now, here's where we have some errors that we have to resolve or just decide we're going to live with. So I've got these, they're not too far, like 1500ths, but I've got a place
Yeah, I
right
figured.
there where something is sort of overlapping, either with a point or we got a
Right, right.
the same thing here too, out in here. Let's zoom out a little bit and see where we are. Okay, so I've got a couple of things, and it looks like it's all around this corner of that house. So I've got a couple of things going on there that I'll take a look at. Now I've got 34 vertical edges and they're really sort of tiny. 0.02 is my worst, then everything else is smaller than that. Okay. I can go to settings and I'm going to change these 0.0. Let's just make them to the nearest 100th because you won't see any of that. 0.01. Say okay. Yeah, then that only gives me this one. And again, there's a vertical edge. So I've got something going on along that edge. And I've got those 5 break lines, which are also along that edge. All right, so I'm going to take a look at this stuff right here pretty closely. And it might be points. It might be a 3D line mismatch, because remember we set.
Yeah, we did a little bit of
so
fiddling in there. You're right, you're right.
you see right in there's what we got different.
Oh my God, you fucked it up, Ken.
I know. But this is pretty easy to fix. You see, and I'll show you how we're going to do it. We're going to spin this up like this, and then we're going to go to our settings tab and we're going to say set the CAD view, and then we exit. And then it's going to be rotated around like, you know what? That's interesting.
What?
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Let me undo. All right. You're in a rotated user coordinate system. So I'm going to save that.
I don't think when these points came in, I mean, they did not come in, set at zero, at their Z elevation.
They did this time because I changed your defaults.
Oh,
Okay. So
because
now,
I'm wondering why these things are up there,
well,
okay.
yeah, look, if you look at it here as we spin that thing around, see where the
Yeah,
points.
yeah.
And that's because on points defaults, I checked on to locate on a real Z axis.
You do that sort of thing primarily for surface and contour development.
Well, yeah, or for anything that I measure, that I read about, that I read in my data, I want to make
Because how is it that you could then measure like a horizontal or two-dimensional length?
well, you can set your point elevation to 0, or you can, let's see what's going on here.
I mean, it just seemed to me if you wanted to measure the size of a building, identified by 2 points set at their Z elevation, you're not getting the correct length of that building. What you're getting is like the hypotenuse of the triangle.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. If you go from endpoint to endpoint, but like you're a surveyor, here's an inverse. Okay, so I'm going to inverse and I'm going to pick a point or a point number. So I'm going to inverse from here to here.
Right.
And read what it tells me.
So if you wanted to, okay.
That horizontal distance.
Right.
So an inverse will do that. It will always keep it horizontal.
But I mean, if you wanted to even, the problem is all these lines that you're kind of creating set at different Z elevations are not coplanar, and you cannot fillet these lines.
No, you can only fillet your 2Ds. Okay. But then you fillet the 2Ds and you go up to that 3D data, 2D to 3D polyline, that turns them into 3-dimensional things after you've done the filleting.
Right, right.
Because you see, you've got, if you select that, that's still the 2D, and you see it's still a 3-point arc, or it's a 2-point arc. There's a center point, it's a third point. But if I look at the 3D that I created from it, see, it's a series of little segments.
Right.
Okay. So I don't need, so what I'm trying to say, I don't need to worry. I don't need to keep my points down at 0. I want my points to be at their elevation. And if I don't want to use the points, I can either bring your dialogue across to the screen.
So, I mean, aside from doing contours or doing, a surface, there is no other reason to have these points at their Z elevations. You can just have these things come in.
If that's easier for you to work with it, with that understanding, that's fine.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can tell you that I always have my points at my Z elevation.
Oh, I see.
Always.
Okay, okay.
Always,
Yeah,
always.
yeah.
Even if I'm just getting property corners and I'm doing a boundary closure, I still put my points at their elevations if I've got elevations on them. Now, if I
Right, right.
don't, I can set the elevations to 0, and then they go down at 0 and they stay down there.
Right, right.
But yeah, but you're right. The only reason I really need the point elevation is so that I can use it to make a model.
Right, right.
Or I can use it to, to draw these 3D edges in, point to point to point to point. And that looks like, you know, maybe, remember how this 3D break line that we had up here before,
Yeah, yeah,
points were a little off?
yeah, yeah.
That's exactly where that's coming from. Okay, but it's okay. I think, you know, we've got them there, and it's just an extra little point. It's the same.
Okay.
So that part's good. Now, one thing I did want to do to go back here is I neglected to get this wall in my,
You're gonna do what?
I neglected to, I had this layer frozen, so we didn't get our retaining wall.
Oh,
So I turned these back on. We'll build that surface again, and then we're gonna,
well,
take
then
it
we'll
out.
have lunch.
Yeah, so, but if I do, I'm gonna go to plan view, zoom extents, and there I've got that straight point somewhere. What are they? Are those both points? No. There it is, and that is 2 points, yeah. There's, and I don't know what causes that. There's something that causes those, points to get set up. So now I'm gonna twist screen, just restore due north. The reason I'm doing this, the reason I'm setting my due north up here, let me see, what did we have this on? All right, I'm going to freeze that, okay. The reason I'm doing due north is because I wanted to fix that problem with the house up there. So if I look at this in my 3D viewer, except I need to find where, there it is. So there is, I've got the one, I need to freeze that layer. But right in here, you see that little line right there that sticks out?
Yeah.
That's where we had those errors. So I'm gonna do this, go to settings and choose set my CAD view. I'll say, okay, and exit. And then when I come back out here, I'm at that same orientation, and I'll be able to see that line right there. And that is just a line by itself. Okay, it looks
That
like
might have been that original.
there, so we'll just erase it. So that'll fix those errors. And I also want to take that, my original building footprint that I see is sitting there. I'm going to set its elevation back down to 0 so that we don't have it. And then I will set back here. Now, if I want to, if you want to, we'll reset our rotation here, our screen view. We'll just do a twist screen by, I don't know if it'll read that as text. So we'll just set it to the building. And let's try it again. This line. There we go. Now I'm going to give that a, say, we'll just call it working UCS. Okay. So I needed that to be in world coordinates for that view to reset itself. But now we're back to the way you're used to seeing things. All right, so now let's build our surface again. I can find it there and say, okay. And we will select our inclusion polyline. We're going to come up here and select our exclusion polyline. Say okay. And then the information we want to use is all contained there. And now we do have a vertical edge, but it's not enough to show up. It says 0 right there because it's smaller than the top we gave it in our settings. So that's okay. I can't even, inspect where it is. So I'm happy with that.
Good.
Something that's less than 100th, I'll live with that. And now I'm going to view my surface. And let's see, still got some issues. And these are from where we brought those contours in, those other from another job. And you can see there was a high point there in the circle.
Right, there's like a little ornamental tree there.
Yeah, well, but does the ground do that, or does it go over just the tree and go up?
No, it seems to actually do that. I mean,
Okay, all right, that's fine. But now you can see, and there's our wall. Now,
yeah.
I see we've got a little bit of a goof right there that's caused by, the fact that we're reading those supplemental contours. So we probably want to resolve, any
Yeah,
major.
that's kind of, yeah, that sort of thing at that point is outside of our scope of interest anyway.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. You can worry about that if it's necessary. And then, but see, there's some things like here, for instance, you might, and I'm not saying that we should do this, but maybe, well, doesn't let me.
What, that little swale?
Yeah, is this,
Yeah, you know what? Then just remove it. It was just some bullshit thing off to the side. We're gonna pitch a couple of shovels full of dirt in there and it'll just vanish.
yeah, well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, if it's there, it's there. So we want our model to be correct. Let me look at our triangle.
Well, it's there.
Yeah, so if it's there, then that's fine.
Right. It is there.
Yeah, so did it do? No, not really. And then maybe remove this point. See, there's a high spot in there.
Right. I would just take that little dip out of there, Ken.
Yeah, see what I'm.
Yeah, that was just kind of we could have easily just walked by that,
Yeah, but again, it's really not. And I'm not gonna say this because it's really not critical for us.
Right, exactly.
Here's the critical areas are these edges right here.
No, dude, it's looking good, man.
That edge. We've got even and there you can see your wall. And even this stuff up here, that's fine. I mean, we could draw a little ring of
Well, you could just flatten
break
that
that.
out too. You know what? That's not going to affect any
Yeah.
of the yeah, if you were to knock that down, that's not going to affect
Yeah.
anything.
And this up here,
But that's all correct,
that's correct.
as it is today. But you know, we're going to be conceptualizing the curbing, so that should all.
Yep. And then like wherever we set our proposed curb down to now, see, it's got to figure out how it's going to tie itself back down to the grid, to
Right.
and all that. And that's what we'll take a look at. So, but again, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna, no need to really obsess about any of this stuff. Now, if you wanted to, for instance, there's a cherry tree. Now, did you get it down at the ground? Maybe so. But let's say you shot it with an offset, and you just held it at waist level.
Well, no. If we
No. I know you didn't, but let's say, supposing that you did, when you shot the tree, that you just wanted its location and you didn't, you
adjust the elevation.
Yeah. Well, you can do that, but here's what I wanted to show you. If you just double click that, now bring that dialog box over to the screen so I can see it.
Let me do that.
Okay, there you go. Now, one of the things you can do on these, on these different tabs, you can do notes and you can attach a picture, but here, is right there, even though it has an elevation right here. First of all, you could set that to 0 if you wanted, but then you lose the elevation.
Right.
Let's say if you want to keep it, but you didn't want to use it in the surface, you just mark it right here as a
Oh,
null.
I see, I see.
Okay.
Yep, yep.
And so then, even if you select it when you build your surface, and you know how you got the switch that says ignore zeros?
And that would apply for like a finished floor, which is up off the ground, the top of the platform, which should not be included.
Well, those are what I was showing you there, those are points. Anytime I do like a Carlson point,
Oh,
and if it has an elevation, but if it's let's say it's the top of a fire hydrant. Okay, I
right.
get top nut on the fire hydrant. I don't want that to define my surface because now I've got a spike in my surface.
Of course, of course.
So you could, figure out how tall it was and edit your elevation, or you just simply say non-surface and it won't draw a triangle corner over to it.
Excellent.
But it keeps your point and keeps the elevation and keeps it where it's supposed to be on the Z-axis.
Right, right, right.
Okay.
Okay, so that sounds good.
All right, so there we go.
Lunch?
Yeah, we'll take a break and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna set these edges and figure out how we're gonna
Good, good.
grade all that mess down there, okay? But now that we've got a good surface to try to target, and we'll see, when we get down in this area.
So Ken, in regards to, if we start running late, I mean, you're comfortable with doing that? I mean, it's all
Yeah, sure.
excellent, excellent. Yeah, I really need to, at the end of the day, have this done by midnight tonight. I just,
Yep, no, we keep,
these guys are starting to scream for points out in the road and,
yeah, no problem at all. So
my
yeah,
man.
and you see here what we've got now, that's our existing conditions. So we're gonna be working down in here. We're gonna be setting edges and comparing and see how we can
Yeah, yeah.
blend all of that.
Oh, no, this is great, man. Okay.
Now, it would be nice if we had, and I see that we don't. So we're gonna have to try to use maybe from this catch basin elevation. But we don't have any elevations on this road down here, do we? Other than we've got,
Points? Point, you mean actual, well, I have them in another file.
okay, well, we may need that.
Okay, okay. I'll look for those over lunch.
Okay, I will save this drawing. I'm gonna pause that recording and I'm just gonna stop the screen share.
Okay,
Uh,
okay.
When we come back, so I mean, unless I tell you what, if you need to, you can go ahead and disconnect. I'll keep the meeting running. And then when you're ready to come back, just use that same link that you did this morning.
Oh, okay, okay.
And that
All
way
right,
it
so
won't
what?
tie up your internet. Okay.
What kind of what time?
Okay, let me do one quick thing here before we're done. I'm going to stop remote control. And then I'm going to pause that recording.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'll do that. And let me request remote control just in case.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
So you happy? You happy now with the well, we haven't we have looked at the surface.
Yep, I'm good with that. So now we can decline that. We can either leave these points in, freeze them, or we can erase them out. It doesn't matter because they're always going to be in your coordinate file.
Right. We could just,
It's just
erase the points.
They're on a layer called points topo. So
No. If we go to civil, we in that point group option, we could just erase the points within that group.
well, yeah, but I mean, we could,
or just freeze them off.
yeah, we could freeze them or erase them if you don't want them in the drawing anymore. Anything's fine.
Right.
Let's since we got them, let's just freeze them. We'll freeze.
There you go.
There you go. Now they're off now. So we've got that. I think the brake line layer, we can freeze that for,
So in regards to these other contours, I mean, where are they?
well, these are the ones that you brought in from that outside job.
Right.
What we, if you want to check, and let me just, I'll pick those off now. To verify what you've gotten done, what is
That you
this?
can erase that, yeah.
That's that thing that I use to extend something with, I think. All right, so we can take a look at your surface. And we can just say contour from,
Oh, I see, I see.
we saved the file, remember?
Right, right.
So no need for that. No need for any of that kind of stuff, didn't matter, but so we'll draw the contours, draw the index contours, and let's put these on. I'm going to make a new layer. C TR, what's me? Intermediate. And we'll also put these on CTR dash index. And we'll use a 1 foot contour interval, so that should match yours. And we'll smoothing, we'll turn this on, say okay. So now there they are. Well, got some interesting.
Well, they may be, you know, I have a
text
couple,
styles.
there
Yeah.
may be a couple of defaults in there. That's because I recognize that font.
Yeah. Oh, what's going on here? Let me see. What's your layers?
So, I mean, to have created this new surface, should not the older contours have been included in that?
Well, hang on a second. I managed to get your. There we go. Managed to get that tucked away where I couldn't see it.
Oh, you know what? Let me kind of maximize the screen here. Hold on a second. What?
Okay, now here's what I want to do with this is take this.
Let me maximize the screen quick there, Ken.
Well, hang on a second though. Let me get this set back up.
Okay, okay.
No.
Yeah, because the layer is on
Yeah.
my other screen. The layer manager. Oh, there you go.
Right here, but what I want to do is I want to anchor it. That's what I wanted to do. There we go. Now. Set it to auto hide. Oh, come on. All right, there's that. Now I want. Oh. Oh, come on. I know what's going on. Oh, okay. So I need to click and hold. There we go. Good. All right, so if I take a look at properties there, I wanted to get that set now. Anchor left. Good, now we're back where we were. All right, good now. All right, you got some text styles there. Let's
It might have been under that annotation default or the surface, you know.
yeah, it was, I'm just repeated here. It's under
Right
the
under labels,
those.
right? That TS, that's the label style.
Yep, but I want to put this on, say, put it on the same. Oops, CTR. And okay, and
I mean, if you wanted to insert this drawing into your system and share the screen with me, I mean, you know, you have all your commands and stuff.
we'll wind up having to transfer files back and forth, and now let me set this. And then finally, all right, now. Go back to and let's see what size we'll make these small. There we go. So that's what we look like.
Right.
And you can see here where this comes in and wraps around to the front, comes back out the top.
Yep, yep.
This one does the same thing, but stays on the base. And then if we look at that, yep, that's pretty. Pretty much what I would expect. We'll add in that surface. And there we go. So there's that edge that's going to get knocked down. Now, you see these triangles that go from here up to here, they're, you know, this long kind of looking thing.
Yeah.
And it makes this contour do this sort of jiggle.
That's fine. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, we're going to
so-
be, yep, yep.
Yeah, so that's why you're gonna wind up with a couple of things like that, and you can either resolve those later or just because that's not gonna be our finished ground when we're done anyway.
Right.
And let's see, we've got a little, our 610 contour does something goofy in there. It comes up and comes back on itself, which really it shouldn't. It does that mathematically, but this is really how it should look.
Sure, sure.
And then this, if we contour labels, move along the contour. And I'll just put that up there. Now it's upside down because you're in a rotated coordinate space, but that's all right. All right, so now we've got that part done. And we could, now that we have our surface built, I'll just turn these contours off because we've got it there. We're in good shape. There's our 2D edges. Okay. Don't really need that on anymore.
Right.
So we're going to set, let's see, how many do I have in here? Just the one. Okay. So we need to get some elevations along these edges here. And we had, do we know what this elevation should be for this garage? Did we set that?
Not at this point, no.
You know, say, did I?
I mean, you could just pick it up and move it out of the way too. I mean, or just erase it.
No, I didn't know if it was a piece of text that you labeled somewhere. So we don't know for sure what that'll be. We'll set that in a minute. All
What's
right.
that?
I said, we'll set the garage elevation once we get the driveway set.
Yeah, yeah.
So we have, let me turn our brake lines back on. All right, so we've got this edge. And then, well, we got the edge of the building. I'm going to make a new layer. Oops. Damn it. I'm going to make a new layer. I'm going to call that brake line dash house. And I'm going to take that. Managed to get your properties up here on the top. Let's see if I can't. Yeah, that's what I wanted. All right, so now that back to properties. And I'm going to put that on brake line house. And then I'm going to rename these as existing. Then I'll make one more new one called that. And we'll make, okay. Now, if I freeze these brake lines, I still had the one for the house. Good, that's what I want. All right. So we know the edge of the driveway is going to match that edge of that house.
Right.
Okay, so we need to create this. I'm going to draw a 2D polyline, continue this. I'm going to put a point there and then a point there. So now that goes all the way up, comes all the way down to here. That's fine. And then it goes all the way up to there, and that's fine. Perfect. It's like what we need. We'll adjust these later.
Yeah.
And we'll take that driveway and we have this one. You know, now, like I said, we could go to the effort of trying to like we'll do a center line around like this, and we'll set these center lines, but then we're all said and done, we'll, instead of propagating a road through there, we'll probably just set this up like an edge to edge, you know, like a parking lot really. And but make sure that we have a little crown raised in the middle. So what we need to do is to set these elevations, and the elevation down here. See, we need to know what is, we managed to freeze off part of Angel's way. Let me see what layer that was on. LO. Okay. Yeah, it shows that it's on. Oh, there it is. Yep. Now, where's the rest of that? Driveway existing. All right, so that's on proposed driveway. Let's make some layers here. Do we have? we'll say. And let's get rid of those things. And what is this on? Hello. Okay. And we're going to freeze the points and the trees. The hatch. Okay. All right, so we need to know what the elevations are of these items here. Let me take this thing. All right, so we've got these existing roads. And you say you had the elevations of that somewhere?
The points?
Well, do you have well, it could be points. If you have them for this asphalt.
Well, I mean, we do have the contours, right? And the profile. Do we still,
Well, see, this is a line, but it's at 0 elevation.
with the curb?
Well, the edge of the asphalt, the curb, all that kind of stuff. And I need to know the elevations of those so that we can set this elevation where it ties in.
I mean, we do have the underlying contours. Can we not thaw them out and develop, I guess, a break line, or?
Well, we can.
Right.
The contours. So yeah, we can set them by that if that's what they do. That's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Let me change the colors of those contours just so they're not. All right, my index. I'm going to make. And my intermediates. Actually, let me give it something. There we go. And let's now also freeze there. Boundary. All right. So I'm going to set the elevations of that. So I'm going to go 2D to 3D by screen entities. I'm going to keep the existing polylines, but I'm going to put these on break line, break. I'm going to put it on break line proposed because I got all those other existings that I want to leave off. So I'm going to say this and this. Yeah, let's see what I'm going to need to do is extend. All right, so if we set the elevation here, I'm not going to worry about all of this stuff down here necessarily, but I do want to see it in context. And see, this one doesn't cross anything. Don't really know what that stuff does, but we'll see. All right. Ah, crap, they're not polyline. They're not polylines. Let me all right, now. Set that and that. That. And then if we set them to those elevations, and now we take a look at what we have. So we've got, there's a driveway that comes off here,
Right.
but that's the edge of asphalt where it hits the contours. This is where it hits contours, and then hers, it comes up here and crosses that contour. Break line existing. I don't want to freeze. Break line existing. All right. You just got to get enough stuff down here to be a target.
I'm sorry?
I said, I've just got to get enough of that road and her driveway, your neighbor's driveway, to be a target. So I've got that edge. I've got that edge. Now this edge, I don't know, does this contour actually go across to that? Maybe it needs to come down.
Uh, I thought those contours went across her driveway. I thought there was 2 contours worth of crossing.
Well, we've got this one. And that crosses this line here, you see, and then we've got this contour, but it doesn't go up to that line.
I thought that,
Oh, I know what, maybe. Bear with me here. We had,
yeah. Yeah,
you had a couple of extra there, yeah. Yeah, we
yeah,
had,
that guy,
so let me, select similar. All right, now let's try it. And does this actually cross that? Yeah, it looks like it. All right, so I'm gonna get all of these. That one won't get set because there's nothing that it crosses. You know what, maybe I need to put that, let me draw that together.
yeah, that's, I'm not sure if that's like one clean curve. That's fine.
Yeah, doesn't look like it. So if I add a vertex in here, now let's straighten that out. Okay. That looks like it. So okay. Now I freeze off our existing driveway. And now let me do this. That, 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 that. Okay, now. Yeah, that gives us something to shoot for. Now you see how that her driveway comes up and then heads down. That's
Right, right.
like you said, it does. Okay.
Yeah, so if we could just kind of, yeah,
All right, so this is 61460. And that's 615. That's 615. So there we go, 61460. All right. And then that should go by this scenario. We've got the 61460 at that point. That point we can release. And the next point it hits is as it crosses here at 61404, 61388. So 614, that's right. Okay, so that should be good. And one last trip to the well. So here comes your existing road edges. There's that
yeah,
thing there, and then it'll come up and sort of come back down. So we're going to be blending into this edge here, and then we'll blend into this edge over here and then smooth that out so that it's not so abrupt. And make sure it drains down into our catch basin. Okay.
right.
Now this one is at 61404. Which means that this contour, which was 614, probably, we'll just trim it back like this. Now, what is this? That's all part of that. So that's 614, but that this was 614.04. It sits up a little bit above. That's 614. Be a
I
bit
mean, that, you know, that thing isn't exactly balls, glass, flat level either, you know, I mean, we
yeah,
took
I
like,
know. I know. So let's just take that 04 out, just
fine.
just any mathematical issues. And then 614 will come up, hit it 614, 614. So that'll be okay. All right. Now, what we want to do is there's a couple of things we could do. We could set these edges of your proposed driveway right on the ground, but then that's going to follow the ground up and down. Or you could have them at some like a road type elevation. There'll be a little bit of, you know, tie bank, little.
That's fine, that's fine, yeah, yeah.
So let's see what our best approach is. If I take a look at the elevation along that existing ground where that line works. See, that would look like that. So we, you know, we've got some issues like right in here. You know, we need to clean that part out a little bit. All right, so we're going
Right.
to need to establish a profile.
So I guess at the end of the day, it's probably going to be like an apron off of this, like a 3-foot apron
Okay,
coming down like a 2% pitch.
yep,
And then that would be fixed. I'm guessing the fantasy, Ken, is from the face of the building out to here. I don't know, like a 2% pitch. Is that even enough?
yeah, it should be.
So, you know, if we came off of here 2% down, that would be like the top of the curb. We came down here 3 foot out in front of that garage for a concrete apron. And then basically the center of the road, that elevation, like, you know, on this line would be the 614.60.
Yep,
And then, as I said, we're going to pitch from here to this way to kind of get that water away from her.
yep,
And then if we could somehow massage wherever that crossing line is, kind of, you know, come across. And she's under these, you know, I told her, I said, look, we're just going to cut back and take that asphalt out of there. And we'll just, you know, you saw how it went up a little bit and then kind of came down again.
yep.
And at the end, Kim, you know what? This is the entrance to your house. I mean, I can't imagine that anybody's happy the way things are now. So,
Right, right.
you know, so I would like
And-
to make a plan, you know, picture a plan, say this is the big
Yeah.
plan, and I did mention, and you seem
Yeah,
quite
so-
excited about it. But
Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll establish this profile up the road. And then we're going to adjust these edges as we get down into this part. We'll raise them up a little bit. Okay, so we're
right.
show you what we'll do with all of that. If I can get my mouse to quit jumping around everywhere. And let's see.
So these are the existing conditions. There is gravel, and item 4 down.
Yeah,
The fantasy is to put up, I don't know, like a 2-inch kind of a binder coat, and then like another 1.5 inches, of final asphalt, like next year or
yeah,
whatever tip.
so you're gonna pave your driveway here too?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And what about, are you gonna curb it or no,
Yep,
or,
yep. We got the curbs right there. We got cobblestone curbing. We're gonna have like a 4-inch reveal on this. And
okay? And like a vertical face, it's not like a wedge curb.
like what?
It's not a wedge curb, it's like a 4-inch face.
Right, right, right.
Yeah,
The
okay,
cobblestones.
okay. Yeah, so we'll model it, as if it's like a concrete structure in there. We'll set
Oh
up the
yeah, absolutely.
back,
Yeah, yeah.
but it'll be made out of cobblestones. Okay, so, and then we'll stop the curb, where her driveway comes in. We'll stop our curb.
Right, right. Yeah, we're gonna have to stop it there. Uh,
Yeah, so we'll stop the curbs on your property. And then we'll just let that, blend into that. So
well,
the,
I'd like to continue with the curb going out to this curb over here.
well, you're in the right of way.
Well, either way, it doesn't matter.
I mean, we
We're at
can,
a dead end, we
yeah,
got the building department's blessing.
okay. All right, we can,
Everybody else has curbs out in the right of way. I mean,
okay, no problem, no problem. We
yeah,
can do that.
it's
We'll
a dead end street.
Yeah.
Nobody, this doesn't affect anybody else on the whole planet. So,
All right, so no problem. So now this curve here that you're showing on the existing road, what is it? Is it also the cobblestone or is it,
no, that's just like a regular asphalt curb.
and it's like a wedge curb, it's laid back 6 inches?
Yeah, yeah.
And it's, it's triangle shaped across. It's not,
But
it's not, it's not a vertical face and then flat across the top. It's just goes from the,
no, it's just like your typically
yeah,
molded asphalt style with the machine, like
yeah,
Play-Doh.
yeah, got you like, just
Yeah,
laid.
like it's extruded curb.
So if I were to look at the, if I were to look at the cross section of that curb, does it look like that? Or does it look
It
like,
might be pitched back a little bit. Yeah, it might be like
or does it look like that?
uh square up and down like a concrete New York City curb. No, it's not like that. It's probably more like the lower one.
Yeah, okay. So let's go ahead and we'll set that line here, and I'm going to do that with, and then we'll stop it where it goes. Let's see, let's elevate this and this. All right, so if we join, and then we do, and then if we do a 3D offset by interval, we're going to go half a foot over and half a foot up. I will take this to there. And that's not exactly half a foot. Let's try that again. Horizontal now, let's try just 4/10 and half a foot. That's a little better. And then we'll come up here and break that. Back there. So now that mess should look like this.
Yeah.
So there's that laid back curb. And now if we were to, this contour, probably doesn't.
It probably stops. I mean, yeah, as you know,
That's 616, but on the curb, I've got 616.4 on that side and 616.5, 4 to 5. So this contour line probably comes in here and then shoots down and then comes back out. So, there's a little bit of, yeah. Let me see what this would probably do is something like this.
well, there's a part of me that believes that the center line of that driveway being dictated by the 61460, and then we're just gonna come up or down like 2% from there, pretty much identifying the bottom of the curbing, and then we're just gonna come up to 4 inches, to sit here and mathematically try to model that into this curbing. You know what? We got a bunch of masons. At some point, they're just gonna break away from this and just blend it in.
Oh, I know. So we're going to just gap that up a little bit. So in case we build a surface out of it, we're not going to get those crossing break lines. That's all I was trying to do.
Right.
So we're going to start this business. We're going to put an elevation right there at that 614.6. And then we'll offset those edges. We'll extend out our elevation. So we need to establish, first of all, let's see, what is our,
And then if you look on like the right side of the of that teardrop, there does seem to be a high point.
all right, hang on a second. Let me go see what this distance is here. You're 6 foot, so a 12-foot driveway. Okay.
Yeah.
And so up
Yeah,
here,
right.
you've got a high point, what, like in here? No, high point inside. Yeah.
No. I'm talking about this right here.
Okay.
This seems to be the high point. So from here, everything is going to be spilling down towards that catch basin in the road. And then I guess in a perfect world, even if we have to raise this up 6 inches, 8 inches, this pavement up here,
Yeah.
we need to create some kind of a high point where, again, this is going to wind up going down towards the road and everything else will go to that catch basin.
Yeah. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
All right, so let's do this as a center line. And let's see if I start. Let me see what we've got first of all. That's just a polyline there. That's okay there. That's an arc.
Yeah, those lines in there, I was just I'm not sure if they're mathematically correct.
Yeah, that's all right. We can fix it. Let me get rid of some of this stuff in here.
Yeah, I didn't quite know how to approach like the stationing,
Right.
and how that sort of thing got handled. I mean, it looked pretty, on the screen, but
Yeah, well, it's still, we can work with that. So we know where about our edges are going to be.
so let me ask you another thing, Ken. That line where you're on right now, like 2% down from the face to this curb,
Yep,
uh, to have an absolutely balls level curbing and then have the water splash kind of to the lower left. I don't know if that engineering wise makes sense. But
no, not so much because of that, though. It's because you see where these contours go out here. Now, I understand we're grading in here and all of that. But right now you're going on the existing ground, you've got that elevation at 18. And you've got this elevation at 17. So it actually, this starts at like 18 to 17 to 16 on existing. So that's going to sort of come down, but we're going to come off the house, make sure that we're not pitching any water into the house.
right,
And the house is at, what did we say that it was at like 1696. So we're going to need to be below that here.
right,
Okay.
right.
Or you could put a yard drain in here and just pitch down to the yard drain, and then this can stay back up and can come down into there.
What's that?
If you put like wouldn't have to take this edge of the house all the way out to the curb.
Yeah.
Like, you could bring it from the house out to this middle edge and then come back up to the curb so that you
No,
got
no, no, no. We're gonna put some kind of little flagstone-y kind of little
okay,
patio-y thing. This
gotcha.
should be a clean right down to this point.
Okay,
Get the water away from the house and then pitch this thing up. I mean,
yeah,
I got a guy with a machine and we're just gonna kind of, grade it as needed.
sure. Okay. Yeah, so we got a little bit of constraint in here that this wall is going to stay, so we're going to stay sort of close to the ground as we can in there, and we're looking at, this is what, at 618, so probably 618, and by the time you get down opposite here, you're going to be lower than this is 17, but we're going to be below that because the house is at 16.9.
Right.
So if we do, I'll show you what this is going to look like. If we do one from the house. Now look at that and that, whoops, damn it, did the wrong. I want 3D. All right, so we go from there at 6. Why is it reading 0?
What, the overhang?
No. Do I have the old house?
Or you might be picking up the
I've got the house outline.
right, right.
So when I draw. So that's on layer LO. And make. I'm going to put that on. All right, so now in our 3D, we'll go from here at 616.95 down to there, which was 616.90, essentially level. And now we'll
Yeah, yeah,
push it out at 2% to this edge over here.
right. What kind of distance is that?
So we're going to look at a.
So then that 2% would be to the top of the curb
Yeah,
and then down to the top of the pavement, down to the bottom of the curb.
right. So if we did. It's my standard distance. If I go from here. Now, let's see. What is that? Layer. Proposed driveway. Okay. Why do I have? This shows one. I guess it's just one. Okay. So if I inverse from here to there, 24.84 feet.
Right? 2483.
Yeah, it was. Oops. Was
Yeah, so that would be like a half a foot drop from the face of the building down to the top of the curb. That's plenty, right?
Yep, let's see what we got here. So if we offset that,
One other point of consideration, Ken, is that the top of this wall, right? I figure the top of that wall, Ken, is going to be like 617.20 or so.
the top of this serpentine wall on the edge,
No, no, there is a wall over here. There's going to be a wall here.
yeah,
You know, this curbing is going to be blending into here,
right. And then we'll take it
and then
around
the
there.
top of this,
Yeah, we'll take it around there to the, at that, we'll keep it at the wall height.
right, right,
Then, of course, we'll break the wall at the stairs and then pick it back up
right.
as the stairs. So we'll, yeah, we'll get all that. So, so let's offset.
Yeah, so I figured that the finished height of that wall is going to be like 617.20, 617.30 or so, you know. I'm not sure how that would fit in regards to
What's going on with that? Well, if it's, I mean, right in here, it's going to be what, 6?
the top of the wall there is going to be like at 617.20.
All right, again, the house is at 16.9, so we'll be a little higher. And we'll just come over to here.
Well, the house is at 16.9. That's the yeah.
Okay, so that, and then now there won't really be much of a wall right in here
Right.
because you're coming up steps to get to this
Right.
here. So we're down here at 1305 at the bottom and we're coming up to 6.9. So we're about almost 4 feet tall right there. Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we'll come over and stop it there and then we'll pick it back up here and bring it around. So this is essentially going to be sort of level from this edge as it comes around, not totally level, because
Well,
whatever,
it's not,
yeah,
yeah, I don't think it,
whatever it needs to be, it's gonna raise a little bit from here around to here because the house is higher than here,
right.
okay?
So if we held this point here, right, and then came down to 2.5 feet, I mean, the 2%,
Yeah,
right? So if we got the face, we got the face of the building at 1690, and then over the course of 24.83 feet, that's times, and then we're gonna go 61690 as minus. The top of that curbing there would be like at 1640.
okay. And then
And
we'll
the
just wrap
fantasy,
it, we'll wrap
and
it
the,
from that 1440 or whatever number, 1640 or whatever number, and we'll bring it up to whatever.
and then the fantasy for that wall would be 61720, which the wall would be level.
Okay,
So that curbing might like stop like here.
well, yeah, we'll adjust that part.
Maybe that end should be fixed. And then,
Well, oh, all right, well, yeah, we can look at some options there, but let's get this line offset here first.
okay.
Well, let's take this, and we're gonna offset that edge. And we're gonna go by that distance. And the vertical distance, so that's about a half a foot down, right? And now we're gonna,
Yeah, it's exactly 0.5.
yeah, so now select the side to offset, we'll come to this side. And so now we have this as our 3D polyline, and let's go ahead and put that on break line proposed. Now, what was this one on? What's this on? Break line house. Okay. All right, so now we've got this thing that goes from 61640 to 61645 because that's a little bit of a slope on it. All right, so that's takes us fine from there to there. And then as we bring that around, you want to get up to 1720 by right in here. Right?
The 61720 would be the top of the wall.
All right, but the wall top doesn't have to be level. It can go from 16.4 to 1720. You know, it can climb up a little bit if it needs to. Wouldn't have to, but I mean, if it takes 1720 all the way up to here, at some point, we're going to have to go from 1720 down to 1640.
Well, if we continued that wall then in, towards the right, where that's 1720 would blend into the top of the curbing at that same height. Where would the top of the curbing be? 61720.
It'd be back in here somewhere.
Is that right?
See, right now, if I come off this house at 2%, I'm at 61640.
Yeah.
Right. So I can't get to 1720. I have to go from 1640 to 1720. So, 9 inches, I've got to climb up from here to get to that wall height.
Right.
Okay, now my question is what sets the 1720?
Well, the 1720 is basically like the grade kind of at the face of the building.
Okay,
And then, that would, and then have that capstone, because at the existing grade that's running along the face of the building now, I think we have it at like 16.9,
yeah, all
right?
right, yeah,
And then basically have that capstone, maybe 2-3 inches above that to
all right,
define the top of the wall.
yeah.
And that's kind of where that number is coming from.
All right, so
I mean, it doesn't have to be a ball center wall. I mean,
right,
it
right,
could,
but listen, if we start here at the corner at 1720, why can't we make that wall top go from 1720 down to 1640?
I mean, even
What
if the
makes the
wall,
wall, what makes the wall have to be level on the top?
so even if the wall was level on the top and the curbing came into it and there was still 6 inches worth, if there was still a 6-inch face of the wall, that
Oh,
wouldn't really
yeah,
matter either, would it?
no, that wouldn't matter.
Yeah, so let's do that.
So you could make this wall stick up in the air a little bit right here. As for,
Yeah, put a flower pot up on there. I think you're right.
yeah, all right, so we can do that, but for now, we're gonna set this. This is the actual curb line. And so let's set that one back. If I want this red line to be where my asphalt ends and then I have a curb behind it, or do I want that to be the back of my curb and I'm going to come this way for my asphalt?
That line right there is the asphalt face.
All right, so that's the asphalt face. So I want, instead of this, I'm going to do this. I'm going to offset that same thing, but instead of that amount, I'm going to make it 24.335. So I'm going to take half a foot. How wide you curb? Just a 6-inch cobble?
Nah, they're like maybe like, I mean, what's a cobblestone? Point four wide.
I guess.
Yeah.
So 24.835. So so let's make it 0.4. So 435. So that's 0.4 feet shorter than it is out to the face of the asphalt. So we'll go there.
Okay.
Then the vertical amount is going to be set by percent at -2. We'll select that and we'll go to there. Now there's the back of my curb and there's the face of the asphalt.
Here's the back of the curb and the face of the asphalt. Okay.
There's the back of the curb right there. And then the face of the asphalt is down here.
Right.
Okay. All right. So, and see that ties in well with that there too. All right. So we've got that. So that's going to be sort of flattish across there. We've got the asphalt. If I did this now, to, what do we say, 0.4 feet. So if I offset that by 0.4 feet horizontal, and how tall is it? 6 inches?
The reveal?
Yeah, or 4
Four.
inches. 4 inches. So that's
4-inch reveal. Yeah.
all right. I'm going to go from there down to there. And so now right there is going to be that edge of asphalt. And there's going to be the curb. All right.
So that right now, as that face of that asphalt looks, that's like level. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, so that, well, yeah, it goes from, what is that, 616? Wait a minute, did we do this the wrong direction? There's 1641.
yeah, that end right there should be, if
Ah,
we're coming
I did it.
2% off the face of that building, 61640. Oh, but then
Oh.
you know what?
But no, here, let me,
Oh, dude, you know what? Maybe we have to start from the other end.
well, not necessarily. But if we go to 0.4 and then minus 0.333, I set it the wrong direction. So we go from there to there. Now, so that would be from 61608 all the way across there. This would be 61641 all the way across there.
All right,
Okay.
just give me just 1 second. All right, so Ken, if this is going up from here to here, right?
An
Right, from left
existing,
to right,
on the existing ground, it is, yeah.
maybe this fixed point should, maybe we should dictate this elevation from here coming to here, because from here it's going to be going down. From here, if we set it 2%, by the time we get back up to here, it's going to be like almost above the grade of the building, which we don't want to do.
Right, if we did that, I mean, it can stay at that elevation, but if we want it to pitch water down, we will have to bring that up.
Right, so if we're going to come down 2%, it should be dictated by this building corner
To right here.
to there. I think so too, yeah.
And then this has
Right.
got to drop, this has got to drop a little bit this way. And
Well, at that point, yes, but I think that would be a good fixed point.
right, so if we if we do that, we've got to do this. We'll take,
Unless you feel like that center of that walkway coming down, you know, I mean, the center of that walkway, that's fine.
well, that's what I'm saying. If you want to put like a little hardscape area up in here, it's going to be essentially flat, but
Right,
okay.
yeah, it's gonna be like walls flat there,
Yeah. Hey,
except for the 2% pitch.
yeah, so put a bookmark in there real quick for just a second. Let me, I just got a email that just popped in. I've got to take care of real quick and it won't be long.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, I'll
I'll be
take
right
5.
back.
Kind of busy. I'm kind of with a Zoom kind of a training thing. What are you looking for those deeds?
I'm sorry,
Are you looking for copies of the deeds?
I'm gonna, what we're looking for, this is exactly what we're looking for. Oh my goodness, you just lost. They are looking for a description of the property and meets and bounds, as far as I can tell.
I mean, I sent those, the first time I sent all of that over to the attorney, the town attorney. You remember that first submission we made?
We are looking at it and we don't have it. That's why we're questioning it. It did say it in your email, but we don't see the actual description or any of that unless we're just idiots.
No. I'm sure it's not you, you know. I used to think it was you, but I'm starting to think more it's me. No. What I'm gonna do is, right after my meeting, I'm gonna forward the 3 drafts that I sent to him over to you.
Okay. Then I'll send, first, before you even do that, I am gonna send you over what I have.
Okay,
You review it.
good,
And if we're missing something, then just send over whatever the heck we're missing.
done. Okay, Victor.
Got
Okay,
All
sir.
right.
Okay, bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Uh,
Perfect timing, Ken. Perfect timing.
Yeah, so I'm back. So now I went ahead and I held this point, so it's 2% off that corner of the house. And
Right.
then this edge now goes down 2%, okay? And you can see, you know, it's below that existing contour a little bit, which is fine. We're grading this.
So
So
the
that's
top of the curbing,
so it still falls this way and it falls from here back. Now, if you look at if we look at a line, if you look at this line here from there out to there, and let's look at you see that?
so it starts at 1690. Yeah,
Yeah, 16.9 to 16.9. How did that happen? Let me see. That one goes from 1613 to 1558. So I didn't get that snapped correctly. That needs to go to what is this? $615.58. Okay, now, so if I look at that slope there, you see that's at a 5.3% slope from here to here. And
oh, I see.
2% slope from here to here. So it's 2% slope from this corner down to here, and then this line goes 2% down. So that means this is lower.
Right.
Okay. So just to that edge. So now you know, if you want that to be sort of, what is that, like a 1.5 feet or so higher. See, when that wall comes along here, that could be, but then you got to get from the ground up here down to the back of the curb. So that wall could be going, you know, on out.
It could be. Yeah, so like, let's consider that then.
Yeah, or, you could add some slope to this. It's not gonna be too much, like, 3% slope down from that corner to that corner.
There's a lot to think about.
If I did the slope from, say, here down to the back of the curb.
Just excuse me 1 second, Ken.
Yeah.
Don,
Hey, what's going on?
my son, how you doing?
Not too bad. I'm gonna be working a little late today.
Yeah, no, I'm sitting, traffic moving along the track anyway. All right.
Okay, so in doing this, the way we've done, we came 2% down from this corner to this corner, okay?
That's
And
2%.
Yeah, then I took those two lines, which were basically parallel to the building, but 2% down, but then I dropped them 2% down their length, okay?
Yeah,
So that makes this line between that corner and the front corner, it's at 2.82%. So it's not terribly steep, but it's
No.
not, it's not level across that way either. So, it's down like that. So this is going to come down, and then, so that will be, so if we set that at so that would be like 615.9 at the back of the curb.
at the bottom of the curb.
Yeah, at the back of the curb, right at the bottom of that line, that's that diagonal line,
Yeah,
would be 615. See, it says Z start, Z end. Second line.
oh, at the end would be 615.9.
Right?
That's like a foot below.
It's a foot below that corner of the house. Okay.
Right.
So,
Said-
so then at that point, the wall would be, I would start, the wall could be right in the ground at that point. And then we'll walk that around from 615.9 back up to that 17.2 up at the upper corner, or we'll make, and so that's what, you got about a 16.9 to a 7.2, you got like a 3/10 cap. So we would start the wall here at 616.2 and wrap it around and wind. So we climb that extra, we climb the foot around back to here.
I mean, you wouldn't even actually see that. I mean, you cannot keep the top of that wall at 617.20 and wrap around the front of the building. You cannot do that.
No, if you want you said this wall that comes around here, right?
Yeah,
So the house is at 616.9, right on that corner,
yeah,
until you get down the driveway, which is like 6.
right, 613 or so.
So that's gonna be, if we make it 1720 over the 616.9, that's 0.3. All right, so 0.3 up in the air a little bit, no problem. So 1720, and we get over to where it is, the curb is over here, you see it's at 615.9, so it'd be 6.
Oh, that's like almost like that's almost like a 1.5 foot drop.
Well, a foot, it'd be 616.3, 616.2 versus 617.2.
I mean, does that driveway have to, I mean, if we made that curbing in the front there level and pitched it like away, is that like a viable option, Ken? Or
Oh, you could, I mean, you could pitch it down, you'd have a little crease in the pavement here.
well, we don't want that. Yeah, yeah.
So,
And
but
how
what,
about like what if we did like running along that curbing like a 1% pitch going down?
well, it could, that's gonna,
Well, we want to get the water off the
I mean,
driveway.
a 1/4 inch per foot, which is what, roofers do to be able to shed water, is
Yeah.
2.08%. So a 2% gets us pretty much,
Right, right.
down from this high point back around, and it's got to come all the way down to 613. But see, this wall, then, if we start up here and we drop a foot to get to this point in the driveway, we've got to come back up a foot. And that wall can just rise a foot in height. It doesn't have to be level. It can go, and just climb the foot back up.
I mean, even if that wall was level and it just happened to be a foot above the top of the curbing, right? Put a couple of bushes in the
I
front.
mean, yeah, you could do that, but
Yeah,
so
What?
then you're gonna have a foot of reveal on the backside of the wall back in here.
I mean, you could, right? And then it would just,
Yeah, you could. I mean, it doesn't matter however you want to build that wall. I don't know why you're stuck on it being level across the top. You can make it level if you want. It's not gonna hurt anything. But you're gonna have, a foot on the back side, and you'll have however many feet on the front side
right, right.
as it goes down. So, it's just sort of like wasted space back there if you want this area back in here to sort of hit the top of the wall. Less.
Well, they're probably going to plant a couple of bushes back there anyway. I mean, I don't know. I used to.
Well, I mean, it's not any harder one way or the other to make the wall whatever you want it to be. So I'm just saying, if it, it comes back up.
Right. It doesn't even make any difference what the height of the wall is at this point. I mean, we're more
Yeah. All right.
concerned
Well,
with the
yeah.
with the top of the.
Yeah, we're gonna have to.
Right.
Define it. So we've got the back of this curb set there. Let me get rid of this. And then as we wrap that curb around, see, let me rethink this a little bit. If this is the curb, all right, so that's going to stop, then that's going to go from that edge of the asphalt, it's going to go straight up against the wall. There's not going to be a curb anymore.
Right,
You're not
right,
have a curb and then a wall. You're going to just go to the wall. Okay.
right.
All right. So now we need to go from that point to that point along our driveway, and we can just make it smooth from that elevation down to where it needs to touch down. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what we need to do. We need to break this at that point. So I'm going to break.
So if there was going to be like a concrete apron, so let's say like that back building, like between the wall and that building corner, And we had like right, a 2% pitch over 3 feet. That's like 3/4 of an inch. And if we had 613.05 minus,
Well,
right,
let me construct this and show you what it looks like. I think you'll be able to see it better.
okay,
So I've got this edge of the asphalt. Now I'm going to continue that edge of the asphalt around, and I'm going to do this by, I'm just going to do a 2-inch, or I'm sorry, just a 2D polyline from the end of that 3D polyline. And I'm going to take it all the way up to here. And then I'm going to start putting in these vertices. That's the midpoint. I'll go to the end.
so that concrete apron, you know, it's going to be, you know, like 3 feet off that garage door.
All right, we'll adjust that here in a sec. Let's see, let's undo that, remove that. I wanted to turn that into an arc. And then I'll convert that to an arc. All right, so there. Now, this, what's this little bump out?
A chimney.
Okay. So we need this apron to be, I'm gonna go from there. Get the right command, good heavens. All right, so from there, keep reading 0. What is? All right. So if I do a 3D from here at 05 up to here at 05, and then offset that.
05, what is 05?
613.05.
Right.
So I'm going to offset that 3 feet.
To the
and
left at 2%.
So P at -2.
Or should that be 3%, Steve, off that garage floor?
No, I think 2 would do you.
Okay.
So that's now there. Now this is going to be, what is that, 1299 instead of 1305. So it's very slight. Okay.
So that whole, so if I may, I guess that apron, you know, from this garage entryway would
Yeah.
be over like 2-3 feet, kind of stopping. I don't know if you see that crosshair,
Yeah.
something like that.
Okay.
Right. I mean, that apron, I don't think it has to go all the way from there to that chimney.
All right. So let's just move this back to say right in here.
Yeah, like 2-3 feet, you know, off that off that garage floor, off that
Yep.
garage door.
Yep, and we'll do the same thing. We'll just continue this from here.
Oh, that would be nice. That's
That should be-
symmetrical off of the garage door now, right?
Yep, so it
Well, that
now,
looks
goes-
good. Yeah, yeah.
so it now
Perfect.
goes at the house, it's at 1305, drops down to 1299, just to pitch the water out. Okay,
Right.
all right, so
Good.
now this I can remove this and I'm going to want to
Looks like I got you working today here, Ken.
yeah, why not?
Why not? Well, you seem to enjoy lecturing, and I know that after hours, that one fella there from California,
Oh, yeah.
were you guys on Zoom much longer, or
A good bit.
a good bit?
Yeah, about an hour. Or maybe,
Well, I tell you what, it's not everybody that would do that, Ken.
yeah, I know, but. Yeah, let me turn on the layer name too, so I can look at that. So that's on. Man. Ah,
I mean, if this is easier putting this drawing on your workstation, with all of your personalized commands, I mean,
yeah, no, I mean, I would get the same commands you've got is the thing.
yeah,
So,
but you probably got it set up a little bit differently, the way you like it.
yeah, well, I mean, my biggest thing is I just need to know where your constraints are. So I think we've got that part.
Right, right.
And so now I've got a 2D polyline around here.
Yep.
And I'm going to start at this elevation, wherever we set this pavement on the 3D and where we set this pavement down here, we're going to elevate that. I need to set something here for a second. I need to, but I keep putting it on the wrong layer. There we go. Now, I'll just do that and then undo that. So now watch what we'll do here. We go 2D to 3D. By screen entities. And no real need to do that at this point. We'll say that one. And we're going to use that and that. Okay, now what we have so far looks like this. So we're up here and we're coming down, and then we're going to start coming down here. And
The
now,
pavement, the
yeah, and
pavement's
so,
edge. Yep.
yeah, pavement edge. Now we're going to raise this wall up and bring it up here, and you'll see what that's going to look like here in 3D, and you'll see it's going to all make sense.
I guess that wall is going to be maybe like 1.2 foot wide.
All right, yeah, we'll make it 1.5 feet or so. And so we want to let's go back to that. We'll take a 2D. Again, now this time we'll go from and that's going to go up to here, right?
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to put a point in here and a point in here and a point in here. And then I'm going to take this and convert it to an arc. And now I'm going to start adding these.
Could I just grab this, Kenneth?
Yep, sure.
Hey, Ralph. Oh, okay. You know, I was thinking about that last night. I made up myself over there, but on this, everything. Okay. Yeah, we did a job for this guy like 3-4 weeks ago down in the Bronx.
Yeah.
And you know, when this guy said the Bronx, I gotta tell you, you know, well, I don't gotta tell you what comes to mind, because it comes to my mind. And he goes, it's not like that. He goes, it's like being up at Bedford. So down in Riverdale. I gotta tell you, I was like blown away, man. So we got like, I don't know, 1,200 feet worth of road, kind of, you know, it's sitting on my to-do list. Guy just called up. Hurry up, we got to get it done. Send it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But you must be busy with your private practice too, no? Or
Oh, yeah. Well, it comes and goes. There's times when I get to where I might get 3 hours of sleep a night. There's other times I got 3 days I'm not doing anything.
yeah.
All right, so we're going to offset that 1.5 feet. So there's going to be the back of our wall. Okay.
Right.
And let's see, now we're going to break it out for the stairs.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That I can play with myself. I mean,
Well, so there's, now we're still just 2D at this point. So I need to take this to 3D, and then this is going to go. We're going to start this one at that elevation and let it come around to that upper
right.
elevation there. So that'll be the top. But now we've also need to set that, just to get the face of the wall in, we're going to set it back just 1/10 from.
Oh, right. You said it
Actually,
cannot be.
Yeah, yeah, that's correct. We can't have a vertical face, but we're going
It
to.
cannot be plumb vertical.
Right. So we're going to set these elevations first of all. So let's go to 2D to 3D polyline by screen entities. And it's all good. We're going to set this based on that. And that. And that. And then we're going to actually, you know what? I didn't even need to do that. Let me see if I take, how many of these do I have? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, so in that regard, I could set these points showing the height of the pavement. Following, you know, then the tops of the curbings all around showing the heights of the top of the curb.
Yeah, so if I now Let me add this vertex up to here and turn that to a line. Okay. Yeah, I've got something in here. What is?
Did we lose the face of the face of the wall or?
No, no, no. I hit it
Oh,
because it kept getting in my way.
right, right.
All right, so. All right, what do I have here? I've got two items, good. I've got this item. I don't really need any more. All right, so I've got that polyline. And I used that to set that polyline. Now I can turn. How many of those? Just the one. Okay, that's good. Now when I turn the thing, now you see I've got, there's the one we set the elevations on. And what do we got? I think I need to redo this one. I missed a spot.
Yeah, don't make yourself crazy with that wall, Ken.
Yeah, I'm not, no, I'm not. So if I do 2D,
I know at some point you're gonna say to me, all right, it's enough, I'm out of here. And
nah,
there's actually 3 separate curves in there is what it is. That's what might be the hangup. You know, there's an arc, compound arc,
yeah, that's,
tangent to that curving in the front.
no, that's all right. Okay, so now. Yeah, we got this. Their arc. I want to extend that to there, this. I'm just going to break that out of the way for a bit.
Perfect.
And same thing there. All right, so now I've got that is the original drawn edge. All right, so I'm there to there to there. So now here, I turn that into an arc. And we'll hit there, that's good. Convert that to an arc. Convert that to an arc. All right, so that's the 2D as it goes around. I'm going to take this, get rid of that, and I'm going to offset that 2D by 1.5 feet. Here to here. So that's what the back of that would look like. Okay, so now to set this face,
Was that?
I said, so now to set this face, I'm going to go to 2D to 3D by screen entities. I'll select, I don't need to keep that. It's already existing. So I'm with the big long total one. So I'm going to select that and I'm going to match that and that and that. Okay, so now that one's there. And this one is the back.
Right, that's the back line of the wall.
The back line of the wall. And if I make, what do we say this was 15.9, so 16.3. So if I do 2D to 3D by start and end elevation, it's going to be 616.3. And that's going to be 617 point, what did you say, 2? Now, do I have, yep, just the 3D. And actually, I missed it by 1/10. If I set that, start at the front, 613 point, or 616 rather, 0.2. There you go. So it's going to have a,
So that's just one steady slope
yeah,
from the curving going down. Okay,
yeah.
right. I
This
mean, that's
changes, but this goes from this height plus a little to the building plus a little. Now,
right.
now we're going to offset this line with a 3D offset. So we're going to do a 3D offset of interval, and we did, what do we say that was 1.5? So we're going to say 1.4. And the
Oh, yeah.
vertical offset of 0. We'll go from there to this side. So now we've got that done. And so now what this is all going to look like, with the exception of the stairs.
Right. I mean, that wall is basically starting at 4 foot high, chest high, you know.
Yeah,
And
yeah, so it's like right on the ground back here.
right.
And it gets higher as you go around down here to the,
Yeah.
to
And
the
if
drive.
these kids decide to keep that wall top level, you know what? That's not going to affect my
No.
layout.
No, but exactly right. So we're going to want that. Now let's just tie in the edges so we can see them better. We won't prompt. We're going to go from there to there to there. And we're going to go from there there. To there, but that probably picked up the 0. Let me see. Nope, 1559. 16.2, good, okay. And let's see, let's take. Let's take this. Let's go from the end. To the end, and then we'll just extend.
So what exactly happens to this software after 30 days? You just denied access.
Well, it'll still run, but it puts this little nag feature in there, so it's really kind of,
Oh, nagging?
yeah, it
Yeah,
has
yeah,
a
I get it, I get it.
has a timeout.
Right. Oh, I see, I see.
And now let's see, what is this?
I know you guys extended me a 20% off for this training session here. I mean, if I were to buy that Carlson software at Sybil, is that like 20% off?
Oh, I don't know about that. It'd be probably some, might be 10, but I don't
Right.
set prices on stuff. That's Mike.
Oh, that's Mike. Okay, okay.
So if I trim. Oh, keep hitting the wrong thing. All right, and then we'll break this off a little bit here so that it doesn't cause a crossing. And now you can see that a little bit better. Of course,
Yep, yep.
now this line here, that's the building.
Right.
So it's sitting back. It's not really matching the wall.
I mean, you could even put a step in that wall, you know, go halfway and then step it down a foot.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
let the kids decide that. You know what?
because you see right
Guys
now,
out there,
yeah,
he's
right
out
now,
there now putting the forms in. So,
shit. This is
right. The important thing is that the top of the curving and the driveway.
2D to 3D. There we go. That's better now. Now, what I was wanting to do was take a look at this. So you go from here and drop it down to there. Whereas we could,
Well, it's supposed to be level across. I mean, that line's supposed to be, you know, ultimately,
this line really should go to
yeah,
there.
yeah. At the end of the day, for design purposes,
But I don't want to put it at 035. I want to put it. Let's see here. And I'll put it right there. And then what is that? Oh, never mind. See, let's exit. All right, there we go. Now this, that's 16.9. So dot XY of nearest here 616.9. So now it won't be quite so. Let's see what that looks like now. Yeah, there you go.
Perfect.
So that's the top. I never did see that back edge of that wall. I don't know if it got set. Yeah, there it is. All right, so there's that. We got that back of curb. And now we need to set, and you say that's like a vertical reveal, just like that one is there, right? So this needs to be offset. And that was 0.4, so we're going to make it 0.35, 0. And now it ought to really start to be coming into shape. So there's your curbing. And then there's your wall.
Right.
So really, right in here, you're going to have a, the wall is going to drop down to, if you're going to have this much reveal on it back here, you're going to have it down here too as well.
Sure, sure.
Yeah, so it would it'd be up in the air a little bit there.
Yeah, these kids can make some kind of a little sloped embankment if they want to have a piece of, flagstone up there.
Yeah. So now let's get this broken out for the wall.
Let's not worry about this part of it. Because this wall is going to, like these steps right now, like a conceptual thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got to fuck with that later on. We can do that another day. The important thing is the bottom of the road that I could set I have to stake out these curbs.
Okay. All right. So all I did with that part, just so you know, when you go back to it, is
Right.
see what I did there in the back? Oops. See the back of the wall?
Yep.
I just took that part out. So you're gonna take this part out too. You're gonna leave this. But you're
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
set, yeah, you'd set these up now. And then all of these elevations here, see, they're gonna be set.
No, 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 that's all done, that's all, that's
Yeah,
all just gonna get fit
Just
in the
maybe
field. I just want to make sure they
Yeah.
got the 2% down from the building face.
Yep.
That's like a critical, that's critical there because of the garage entry. And then, that driveway out in front. And then I think we got those 2 high points, on the driveway.
yeah, all right, so we're set right here.
Right, right.
And then we can set here. We can just come right off of that and come down,
Exactly. Yeah.
set that part.
I mean, if we could kind of run like a 1.5% slope, 1.25.
Well, we need a little bit. So let's see, if we pulled 2%, if we pulled 2% off of that corner down to there. Of course, we're gonna have, you're gonna have to hit sort of flat across here anyway.
So what if we came from like the middle of the garage door out to the center of this catch basin at 2%? What would that elevation be?
Well, it won't matter a whole lot about what the edge of the road is, because we can set this to be lower. and
Right,
that'll
right.
hold Water. So, but what I want to do is let's set this. I'm gonna go from there. That's the 05. And let's see, where do I want to go with this?
Yeah, you better set that like that 6 inches lower, I think, like 612, 98 or something.
Well. Yeah, well, I mean, we'll be falling off of, we'll fall off of that anyway. This is like, yeah, 12.99 right there. So, if we go to,
Right, 12.99. Yes.
right in, we'll start with that. And then we'll start with that, and then we're gonna go to right that at 612.99. And then we'll go to here. Oh, shoot. Gotta turn these prompts back on. All right, we'll start there at 6:13:05. And we're gonna go to,
I would start that at that 612.99, just to get it, an inch below that finished floor.
well. Oh, that's 612.99. So that starts up here, just like the apron does, and comes down to there to the same as the apron. So that's 612.99 at that point. And then I'm gonna go to there, and I'm gonna go by percent minus 2. And then I'm gonna go to here. And now percent's gonna be 0, so I'm gonna keep it flat across there. And then I'll go here and also keep that flat. All right, now we'll set this elevation here to make sure it pitches. So I'm going to come up to this point. I'm going to go by percent of, I'm just going to raise it up, say 1.5%.
So if we came off of this wall here and just came across down like a 2% pitch and held that point and then kind of followed that all the way down to this corner, is that something we could do?
Well, perhaps, yeah, we could take a look at it. So right now, this is at 6. Let me turn this off. Right now, where we're there, this is at 612.81, 612.81, 612.81, and then 612.99, and then up to the house. So it comes down here and then it's flat.
Right.
Now this is 612.81, and it comes back up to this point. It's at 613.27.
Well, we're not worrying about that. That one is going to be dictated by an elevation of 2% coming across this way and down, no?
Yeah. So, and also we see if this is 612 or 613.3, you see it's higher than the house. So we want to,
Right. We have to come off of that perpendicular to that wall, you know, and set a point there and then move down to that catch basin.
Yeah, I'm going to just pull this off here to the side for a second.
Yeah.
And then like if we come across,
Right.
we start our
Perpendicular at right angles to that line of that proposed driveway.
and start our break right in, right at that end point. And I'm going to go perpendicular to there. All right, so if we're coming down, if we're going to make that, then there.
It wouldn't be this face of the wall here, Steve? Ken?
Well, for right now, though, I'm just getting a starting place where I'm going to start here. And then from there, see, this comes down and around. And then if I take another one of those, and I go, let's see if I go from there.
Like if we came from the center line of that curve, that arc, that radius of that wall, perpendicular to. Do we still have that abilities to pick that center line of that wall?
Yeah, we have to get the 2D that's underneath it. See, if we take that and send it back. There's the 2D.
Right, so from, if we went from the center line of that 2D arc for that wall and went perpendicular.
All right, that's perpendicular to that.
We want to be from the center of that wall, the center point of that wall, perpendicular to that proposed driveway line on the left.
Well,
That would be perpendicular to that wall, right?
No. Perpendicular
We
to the
take
wall,
that po-
perpendicular to the wall goes to the center of these arcs.
Right, to the center of the arc. So if we drew a line from the center of this arc,
Yeah,
perpendicular to this wall, to this line, and then just trimmed it off, that
Yeah.
would be the width of that driveway.
it'd be the
And it's-
width, but it wouldn't be perpendicular to the wall. It would be perpendicular to this.
It would be, well, it would also be on the radial line for that arc. No?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's an infinite number of radii that, yeah, see if, all right, if we do,
If you went from the center of that arc,
yeah, I'm gonna go from the center of,
right,
zoom in there and grab that arc.
and then went perpendicular to that, right?
You go perpendicular to this. Now this has different segments, so it's gonna be, but that looks like, all right, so that'll find that.
Right, and
And
then,
then-
I mean, that would be the absolute narrowest point of that driveway, isn't that correct?
Well, I mean, assuming that that was a true circle, but there's compounds in there, so it may or may not be. Probably is.
All right, so if we trimmed off that radius point, there you go. Perfect.
All right, so there you've got,
And then from there, we went across like 2%. Is that correct thinking or,
well, that's gonna put a 2% cross slope on your driveway. You could do that. But you could also, see, that could be crowned, well, if you crown it some, the water's gonna run around this. But you wanna shed it all, right? You wanna shed all of it to this line here.
right, right.
You don't wanna catch any and run it around here and put a drain down here. Right? You don't wanna run any water around this wall.
No, 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 no. We wanted to go right around that thing and straight into that catch basin.
Yeah, right. So,
I mean, even if it went around that wall and pitched left, and then bounded by the curbing, but with the end game to go into that catch basin.
yeah. All right, so if we set this.
I'll be back 1 second.
Yep.
Tuesday's the Parmesan day. Or even if it was like 1%, I mean, I don't know how that would work, but
Yeah, let me check here. So we've got that. What is it? It's like it's not finding. That. It is a 3D. Got elevation there. Elevation there, okay. It's like it's not setting. If I select this, set it to that. Okay, good. Now, yep, 614.59. Now the other end's going to be 0 or 614.
And how wide is that? Or how long is that line?
1488.
So if that went across like at a 1% pitch, Steve, is that enough, or
Well, let's see, we've got, what do we have
that
here?
don't seem like it's enough? That's not even 2 inches.
We got 1, 2, I can get rid of. That, now back to here. Now, if I hold that, and then I'm going to set this to minus,
Like it,
let's just do a 2% cross, all right?
right?
Going to set that elevation there at 14.3, okay?
I mean, that makes sense, right?
Yeah. So 14.3, and that's 15, that's 14, so that'd be pretty good. All right, so that will set that down, that pitches that away from here.
Right, right.
And so now if I do the same deal, I'm going to start here. Go to there, go to there.
Yeah, and then wound up at that same elevation down there.
Yeah. Let me set the geometry here.